To the Tracy Tech, I'm Tyler here with my brother Ryan, and we are coming at you live for the first round of the 2024 NFL Draft. This has been a long-standing tradition of the Tracy Tech, fourth year in a row. I think actually our first video was I think the 2021 NFL Draft. So this is fun. This will be an outstanding tradition that we keep on doing. But Ryan, how are you doing this evening?
I'm doing good. I'm really excited. As a Patriots fan, we're in a prime spot in this draft to go and get a playmaker, just like a lot of other teams are. But the quarterback position, get one of those top three guys is going to be very nice. And hopefully, I know the last time three quarterbacks went 1, 2, 3 hasn't worked out well for the second two, but hoping this time around it's a little bit different.
That is crazy. That's something that we'll be talking about tonight too, especially if it does go 1, 2, 3. Who is going to be the Trevor Lawrence? Who's going to be the Zach Wilson? Or who will be the Trey Lance and will be essentially a backup quarterback for the rest of their career?
The one thing I will say is Trey Lance and Zach Wilson, I don't think are near the caliber of Drake May or Jaden Daniels. It's also easy to say in retrospect. However, when you look at Zach Wilson coming out of BYU, he really only had one good season of production. Jaden Daniels has improved year over year throughout, I think, 5 or 6 seasons in college football. And then I think you look at Drake May compared to Zach Wilson, and Drake May, 6'4", 225, has as big of an arm, is more accurate over the middle, where Zach Wilson was primarily completing passes outside the numbers. And then you just throw in, I think, the athleticism. I think both of those guys are better athletes than Zach Wilson. And Trey Lance, there were a lot of questions as him as a prospect, just because his running ability was great. He also hadn't played football in a year and a half. And there was a lot of questions there as well. So I think these top three guys are really solid prospects to go. Obviously, Caleb Williams is going to go first overall. It's leaning towards Jaden Daniels going second. I think at this point, a lot of the reports are going to be pretty accurate about who the Commanders will be taking, and everything still kind of is leaning towards Jaden Daniels. And I think if Drake May is there at 3, I think the Patriots would be foolish not to grab him.
Yeah, it is your Patriots, though. They've made some absolute crazy moves.
Well, there's a new regime in charge. It's not Bill anymore. So
that's true. That's fair. But yeah, these top 3 quarterbacks are, I would say, definitely Caleb Williams, but probably Jaden Daniels, Drake May might have been the top quarterbacks in last year's class as well. So it'll be interesting to see where those guys go, but it probably will be 1, 2, 3. Definitely Caleb Williams first, then a quarterback number 2 overall. What I'm very curious about, what a lot of Cardinals fans have been talking about on our videos, they are in disagreement with us, but what are the Cardinals going to do at number 4? This channel has been pretty heavy on Marvin Harrison Jr. to the Cardinals. Makes too much sense. Moved on from Hollywood Brown, moved on from Rondell Moore. Marvin Harrison Jr. is probably the best receiver prospect we've seen since, a long time, like a really long time. I mean, Jamar Chase is up there, but even after that, I would need to go and see.
You could make an argument that Marvin Harrison Jr. is a better prospect than Jamar Chase was a few seasons ago.
100%, you can make that argument. Yeah, and so he'll probably be sitting there at 4, and I would be shocked if they traded back. But if they do trade back, teams like Minnesota, they're going to be one trading up for a quarterback, maybe try and get J.J. McCarthy, or are they going to want to stay put? Are they going to be teams who want to go trade up and go and secure their guy? We've mocked Joe Alt going to Tennessee. That just seems like it makes too much sense. They want to go make sure they go get that guy. At number 4 spot, it's going to be very interesting. Just as interesting, as the number 5th spot here with the Chargers. So these next couple hours, I think, are going to be fascinating to see who gets selected, kind of who's future is going to get determined here on which organization they go to.
Yeah. And I think with the Chargers, I would be really interested to see what they do at 5, because we all know Jim Harbaugh loves to build up the trenches.
Yeah.
But in a scenario where
you need somebody to throw to, though, like they're the same. They have the same issue as Arizona.
Yeah, exactly. Like their 2 top receivers left in free agency. That like their only guy left is Quentin Johnston. And
actually, they didn't leave it for they didn't leave free agency. Mike Williams got cut, and then Keenan Allen got traded.
Yeah. I think they were both little cap casualties there, because they were about negative $30 million. So, for me, if they want to build the trenches, I think that they end up trading back. Maybe Minnesota moves up to grab J.J. McCarthy at the 4th spot, or at the 5th spot, and they end up going with a guy like Talisé Fuaga, who is a really solid right tackle, but he could kick into guard if that's the route that they want to go. And then and then they also would probably acquire the 23rd pick as well, where they can address either the defensive side of the ball or go after a guy like A.D. Mitchell or Brian Thomas Jr. there as well. So like that to me, I think is why you entertain trading back, is you can address multiple positions there all at once. So
here, let's throw out a hypothetical here, though. Let's go. We're talking about would Arizona trade back? What would it take for them to trade back? I think you brought this up on maybe a private conversation while we were recording some of our videos. But do you think it is a fair trade for if Minnesota gives up 11, 23, and Justin Jefferson to either the Cardinals and Los Angeles Chargers? Or do you think it would be a little bit more? Or do you think the Vikings would even do that?
I don't think the Vikings would do that. Simply because I think if you look at what Justin Jefferson is going to be worth, part of them, I think, going and being so attracted to one of these young quarterbacks is just the fact that they will have that rookie deal and they'll have more cap space to go and extend Justin Jefferson for that period of time. And I also think, too, he is a key building block in that offense, and you go get a rookie wide receiver, you're kind of already putting him, you're kind of already taking a leg out from under him, I think, in terms of this development process. So that for me, I think, is going to be why I say no to the Justin Jefferson trade. I think if you're New England, though, like if you're New England and they're calling you, they're offering 11, 23, a future first, I think at the very minimum, to get up to third, especially if if you want Drake May and you like Drake May, 11, 23, next year's first, Christian Darrisaw, and then I think you're adding on maybe another day 2 or day 3 pick next year or in 2026 on top of that, simply because of just the caliber of him as a prospect.
Well, it would be almost eerily similar to what the Niners did for Trey Lance. I
think it would be more because it would be during the draft. The Niners did that pre-draft, and this is like all right, best and final offer.
Minute.
Yeah,
and that's fair. That's fair. I can see that. Then to your point, if they were going to make that trade, it probably would have already happened by now.
Yeah,
just to go get there.
Well, yeah. I think New England is holding strong in that position of itself. Just we have the third pick. We like this quarterback. We are more than happy to take him. You have to now buy us off this spot. Whereas in the Miami situation, Tua was his second year. So Miami didn't necessarily need a quarterback there. So I think that was part of the reason why the price went down. So if New England could get 11 and 23 and fill that left tackle spot, I think that would be an interesting scenario. Not as big of a need for the Chargers at 5 because they have Rashawn Slater, they have Justin Herbert already. So they're not in as premier of or they don't have as big of an urgency to fill those two needs, which I think the Vikings could fill. So
I can see that. Now, what do you think would be more likely if the Patriots didn't end up taking a quarterback like Jaden Daniels, Drake May? Do you think they would go Joe Alt, or do you think they go Marvin Harrison Jr.?
Oh, I think they trade back before they take either.
They trade back?
Yeah, they trade back. That's
okay.
It's quarterback or trade back for me. They will not have jobs come May if they don't either take a quarterback or trade back here. They have to leave this first round with a quarterback of the future. Right now, the two quarterbacks on their roster are Jacoby Brissett and Bailey Zappi, who have showed that in turn that they can start, but not at a extremely high level consistently for an NFL franchise. So they have to leave this first round, I think, with a quarterback one way or another.
Okay. Yeah, and I think that as well. Just then to your point of already, like that trade probably would have happened by now. Because you're right, it's going to be on the last second there, and Vikings don't want to get too desperate. And I also think too, one of the things the Vikings probably going to be most interesting is if they want to go up and get JJ McCarthy, they absolutely can. But I also think it's extremely possible that maybe they're satisfied with Bo Nix or they're satisfied with Michael Penix, and one of those guys becomes just taken 11th overall, or if they would want to wait until 23. Yeah, and maybe you have to give up a little bit less draft capital to go and get their guy and not try and risk it. I think that would be another unique avenue. I think that's probably unlikely, but it's still one of those. If they want to move up, they're going to have to give up draft capital that they already have very, very minimal of. They don't have any day 2 picks as of right now. In this year's draft, they've already given up a second round pick in next year's draft. Just trying to move up to 23 with Houston. So maybe if they don't like any of those quarterbacks at number 11, they'll go get a stud defensive tackle like Byron Murphy, or maybe they want to get an edge rusher and try to replace Daniil Hunter. They've already done a lot of moves already on the defensive side of the ball. And maybe that 23rd pick, maybe they try and get aggressive and go get Michael Penix or go get Bo Nix, or if JJ McCarthy falls a little bit. They're going to be extremely fascinating to watch. I think that I'm thinking about of all the different storylines, and that's the Minnesota one is probably the one, because they're really the team now, I would say, that is for sure without a quarterback. I know they signed Sam Darnold. I think Denver, you can also really make that argument too, because I know that they just traded for Zach Wilson. And so those are the two teams I would say are probably they're the most desperate for the quarterback. I think Minnesota is more desperate for a quarterback just because I think they're in more of a win now type mode, because after like the performance that we saw them put on the field, they have Justin Jefferson. While Denver's, this is like the first full year of the Sean Payton era. Everything last year was still that mix of Nathaniel Hackett, want to get Russell Wilson out of the room there. So what Minnesota does, I think, is going to absolutely be the full butterfly effect of the entire draft. Do they want to be super aggressive, go up to 4 or 5, or what is that breaking point where they're like, okay, let's go get JJ McCarthy here?
Yeah, and I think that to me is they are the deciders in how this draft goes, because if they want to go and blow New England away with an offer, or potentially trade up with the Chargers at 5 to go and get JJ McCarthy, like that, then that changes the whole landscape of the draft. So I do want to pause draft talk here. There was just some breaking news here. The AJ Brown has signed a 3-year, $96 million extension with the Philadelphia Eagles. That includes $84 million in guarantees, which is insane.
Congratulations.
That is a lot of guaranteed money at the receiver position, especially for a guy that had so much controversy last year.
I think a lot of that, I know we've talked about that. I think that was just I think there was a level of expectation. I don't know if he was the full locker room or if that's tabloid stuff. I don't really look too much into that.
Yeah, so I was gonna say, like, there was never any like true evidence. It was more just reports that people weren't happy with AJ Brown's etiquette in the locker room and things like that. So it does make me curious to know a little bit more about the ins and outs of that locker room. But I think him getting the extension shows that it probably was not as bad as it was reported. So
yeah, probably so. I'm going to make a slight guess that that some of the reporting maybe stretched the truth just a tad, but some of it may be true. I mean, that's where it's like I really don't know. So how do you play on the football field? That's really our kind of job here. But Eagles they're going to be fascinating to see how they bounce back. Moving on from Jason Kelsey. Nick Sirianni, I think also too, just being up there, a lot of pressure I think on him for you go from being Super Bowl runner-up, all these expectations, then they lost their last 7 games in a row, I believe, and pretty poor margins. I would say they just did not look good at all. So moving on from Jason Kelsey though and Fletcher Cox, locker room leaders, how is that going to translate then into the success coming into this 2024 season with the expectations extremely high still for that team? You have Jalen Hurts, who he did regress a little bit. I think he was playing hurt a little bit. I think a lot of the team last year was playing hurt. But I don't think the offense was really the issue. The thing for me, that defense was
that defense was really bad. But I say that, and then again we compare it to the 2022 season, and it's like that defense was historically great. Like they did something that only like 2 or 3 other defenses had done in the history of the NFL. So like that's really hard standards to live up to. But I want to get back to teams in the top 10. The Giants, I think, are kind of at the mercy of whatever happens in front of them. If one of the quarterbacks falls to them, maybe they take that. I think, and then if not, they're probably in the receiver market. I think the Titans are Joe Alt all the way. And then your Falcons, to me, are another really interesting team. They could go a litany of different routes. I think if teams start trading up in front of them to draft quarterbacks, that definitely means one of those receivers is going to fall to them. Do they go that route? If all the receivers and quarterbacks go in the top 6, do the Falcons end up taking a Dallas Turner, the first defensive player off the board? Do they trade back to a team like the Colts or even the Bengals that are 10 spots back that are going to be looking to get a guy like Brock Bowers in their room? I just think the Falcons are going to be another pivotal team that's going to alter kind of where this draft goes as the night goes on.
Yeah, I'd be very curious if in that scenario where the Vikings trade up to 5. I would say that they're showing the link.
Yeah.
I like that. But I personally would want them to go as long as it's one of the top 3 receivers, Harrison Jr., Neighbors, or Dunze. Have them go with one of those 3 first. Most likely, those guys won't make it there. But to your point, there is absolutely a scenario where it will be like one of those guys could be available. But also too, I'm just thinking about it now. Let's say Odunze falls to 7. Do not be surprised if the Bears maybe trade with Tennessee and be like, hey, we want a Dunze. Now Bears don't have that many picks. They only have a 3rd round pick at that point and then a 4th round pick, 75 and then 122. So I don't know if they'll have the draft capital. They could obviously give future draft capital, but you would go look at that team though, and the Bears I think would have dominated the offseason so far. Just with all the moves that they made in total, then with all them getting Caleb Williams, and you go get Rome Odunze, who in any other draft class would be the top receiver in that class, especially last year's class for sure. So I think it's going to be absolutely fascinating on what they do. But I say all that then because then if Odunze is there or Neighbors is there, I would love for them to go receiver. But what will probably happen though, I think if there's a defensive player there, they might look to see a trade back. If not, they'll just take edge rusher. They'll take Dallas Turner, Jared Verse. I could see them maybe going corner. That might be a little early for corner. I think if they really want to go corner, they'll probably trade back because there's going to be plenty of guys that are going to be available at that spot. I really don't think they can go and do any wrong. To be completely honest, I was listening to a Falcons thread, I was reading a Falcons thread on Reddit, and the question was, what would be the most Falcons move at the number 8 overall pick? And everybody was saying Brock Bowers, and I kind of thought about that. That's probably the one pick I wouldn't be extremely excited about. I'd be very excited for the prospect.
Yeah,
but it would just be.
You would have to be a little excited about the offensive talent that would be there. I mean, that would be the most dynamic the most dynamic tight end room with those 2 athletes in the NFL.
I mean, last time we saw a tight end room that dynamic and that versatile was Gronkowski and then Aaron Hernandez.
Yeah, I think those guys were more physical, but I think and that was also 12 years ago. So that was it was a different game back then. Like I say that back then, like it was that long ago, but
totally
the game, it's a lot more finesse now. And so I think it's going to be interesting kind of what the Falcons do there. I think teams will be targeting Brock Bowers in that 8 to 10 spot. I think the Falcons and the Jets are going to be teams that the Falcons have the draft capital, but I think that they would be interested in moving back just with the additions that they made in free agency. I feel like they've already made a lot of moves to fill in that roster.
Well, and one of the teams I think that potentially could trade up, he's probably one of the tens and tens of viewers that are watching us right now, but Pops, Dad, big Colts fan. We were talking about that even before we went live. It's like what it would take, if they got Brock Bowers. Like that would be a guy. Yeah. The thing I'd be curious with the Colts is just they need so much secondary help, but I love that best player available. Like go get the guy that you want. You go put him in that offense with Michael Pittman Jr. and then Josh Downs, and then you would still have Alec Pierce, but I think he's a great decoy deep threat receiver with Anthony Richardson's arm. Great's a strong word, but you still have Jonathan Taylor in the backfield, and then a great offensive line in front. That offense on paper would be set, and you have Brock Bowers, obviously there in tight end. Anthony Richardson, I think, would have all the weapons that he would need to develop into the potential superstar quarterback that we all know he can be. Yeah. So they're a team I think that could trade up. The Bengals, maybe if they don't want to give up a first-round pick to move up 10 spots. I can see the Falcons want to move back that far. Honestly, just a lot of options. There's an absolute lot of options. The Falcons, they're not really, and to your point, if they ended up drafting Brock Bowers, keep him in Georgia, I wouldn't hate it. It wouldn't be my favorite pick. But I also then would be curious, though, if they would move on then from like Kyle Pitts or something like that as well. They probably wouldn't.
I think that would make extending him a lot harder to justify. Because he's going into his 4th year. I don't know if they picked up his 5th-year option or not.
I think you have a little bit of time, don't you?
Well, you have to pick it up between the 3rd and 4th season.
So they have all summer then still.
Yeah. I think once when
it is the new season.
Yeah.
Right.
I will look it up. But it would make extending him a lot harder to justify.
They're probably not going
They
to
have
draft Brock Bowers. I'm going to get like an
No,
85% chance they don't draft.
They have until May 2nd to decide if they want. So a week from today.
Okay.
So
I guess we'll find out our answer tonight. They draft Brock Bowers. They're not going to extend.
Yeah, exactly.
Pitts. So anything's possible though. I think with the Falcons, I think what the Falcons and Bears do, they're in just kind of whatever. I think if one of the star offensive players fall to them, they're going to take them. I think if the Bears want to jump Atlanta like to number 7, if Odunze falls, I could potentially see that scenario. Titans would be risking losing Joe Alt. So I'd be curious to see how if they want to even risk that or not, if Joe Alt is still there. But a lot of different ways I think that both of those teams can navigate that first overall pick or their first round pick. I could also see the team too that's picking 10th that we haven't talked about. I think would be a prime Brock Bowers fit. Would be New York Jets. They don't have as much draft capital, but if they want to go get the guy, if they want to go get Brock Bowers, I could see them doing that because he would fit their system perfectly. They've already updated the receiving room by getting Mike Williams. They've increased the offensive line tremendously. Very low bar to set based off last year. Aaron Rodgers is going to have a full calendar year essentially to rehab that Achilles, and so he should be good to go. You have arguably one of the best running backs in the league. You just don't talk about Breece Hall that much because the offensive line has been so horrible in front of him. And his dual threat capabilities in the backfield. We'll love to see what he could do with Aaron Rodgers actually like leading the team for a full season. But then, as I said, you had Brock Bowers in there, and I mean, you have what every other great offense has. You have just your 2 star receiver. You have a star receiver, a solid number 2 receiver. You got an athletic tight end now, and everybody's looking for that Sam Laporta-esque type tight end. Brock Bowers is absolutely that guy. And then you got a stud running back. So, like, I don't know how you would justify the Jets not being a potential playoff team with that type of offense there, and with how good their defense is. Would be fun.
Well, I think even with they were 7-10 last year. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And even with Aaron Rodgers going down 4 minutes into the season, they were still a playoff contending
4
team.
plays into the season.
Yeah. They were still somewhat of a playoff contending team for a little while just because that defense was so good. So I really like what the Jets have going on. That hurts me to say as a Patriots fan, but if Aaron Rodgers can stay healthy, I think they are gonna be contenders for that division, especially with the Bills. I think I don't want to say going into a rebuilding year because I feel like that's a little ridiculous, but I think a transition year is a better way to explain it. So,
hey, can we comment real quick how Roger Goodell brought out Eminem so he didn't get booed?
Yeah, yeah. I think
Goodell go.
We can turn on the audio here really quick.
We're going to save that for another day. But the pride of Detroit has got a little some surprise for you and bringing out a few other surprises for you. So, Em, here you go. Detroit! What up? It's here. Make some noise for the Detroit Lions. Let's go!
All right, I'm going to turn it back on mute so we don't violate any extended copyright laws. But
it'd be funny if he was like, everybody in the 313.
Put your hands up now and follow me.
Just started rapping 8 Mile.
Yeah.
I got Aiden Hutchinson coming out. Who's the other guy?
That's Calvin Johnson. The guy who just came out. I didn't see the first guy.
Speaking of congratulations, shout out to Monroe St. Brown.
He got paid. He got paid. Penei Sewell got paid.
Oh yeah.
There's Barry Sanders right there.
What a great career! It's glad to see Detroit finally have some success because man, you do.
Oh, the first guy was Jared Goff.
Oh, I missed him. Okay. But you go look at some of those just greatest receiver of all time, greatest running back of all time, or one up.
One up,
like top three. You know, if you want to have that debate. Oh yeah, there's a Monroe St. Brown talking right now, but I mean, they were just on some horrible teams.
Oh yeah,
it's horrible. Even to Matt Stafford, I think everybody was rooting for Matt Stafford because you go look at his career in Detroit and what he was supposed or like what he tried to go and do, but they just did not support him at all. But at the same time, though, he had the best receiver. He had Calvin Johnson. And they just couldn't.
Well, so yeah, but they had a horrible offensive line the whole time he was there.
I'm not blaming them. I'm not blaming them at all.
They had one of the worst defenses the whole time. Like, I don't know. They just they could never get it right. And then this, not to sound like a little pessimistic there, but the first thing that they did right was trade Matt Stafford for Jared Goff, and then they drafted Penei Sewell, and it kind of all started from there. So that was I think a really big thing there with their with their rebuild. So we have a few viewers in the watching right now. So go ahead, and leave a comment down below. Tyler and I, we love to interact with people who watch our content. So please leave a comment, even if it's just saying hi. We appreciate it. Helps out the YouTube algorithm and gets more people watching our channel. But coming back to the draft after that, shameless plug. I'm just really excited for tonight because after the first 3 or 5-ish picks, there's really no telling what is going to happen. That was one of the things throughout our mock draft process that was so fun, was just the fact that we would do mocks once a week, and they were all very, very different from each other. Every single time, I think new players made an appearance in the first round. So, the Chicago Bears are officially on the clock. So the draft is underway. This pick should take 15 seconds, I think, for them to come out with the name.
It is like that with our first year with Trevor Lawrence. It was it's Trevor. I remember even cracking up a little bit because that was the first year. Because I remember even thinking it was the first year we were analyzing everything, and I was like, "Am I I know this is our first year doing this, and I know I'm very amateur at this, but it's there's not a debate between Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson. Why are there's do these ESPN guys know something that I don't? Probably so. They've been doing it their whole lives, and then of course the day before it's oh yeah, no, Trevor Lawrence is going to be the guy, and so then they needed their airtime to show their highlights that they
exactly
guys to go and do. So with this year, it's going to be the same thing. I think it's going to be. Caleb Williams is probably already in. I think they're just taking their time, let people talk about it, let people get all hyped up. Bears fans talking about it too.
Yeah.
We're talking about hitting the lottery. I know the NBA has a lottery. The Chicago Bears hit the absolute lottery. Their Frank Reich might be the number one employee in Chicago right now, just with everything that's been going on. And so absolutely fascinating, I think, to see what this organization can go and do. Very curious to see how talk about Anthony Richardson being set up for success here. But Caleb Williams is going to be set. This is probably the best Chicago team I can remember in an extremely long time.
Oh, yeah. Well, this was they weren't the greatest defense to start the season, but I think in the second half, they were definitely a top 10 defense in the NFL. Their run defense specifically was really good. Even they were just wide receiving weapons. Cole Kmet, DJ Moore, right? Both of those guys had really good seasons. Their running game was really solid with this offensive line that they've built throughout the years. And so I couldn't imagine a better number one overall pick destination for a quarterback. Even Andrew Luck, I think, is probably the premier prospect that he might be one of the best quarterback prospects we've ever seen, coming out of college, and what he was able to do impacting the and that team was bad. That was not a good Indianapolis Colts team. This team is ready to contend in the playoffs right now with Caleb Williams coming out, and he is not as good of a prospect in my opinion as Andrew Luck. So
Andrew Luck, Andrew Luck's one of the. He's close though. I think he's closer. I think he's closer than you might realize.
I think him and Trevor Lawrence are of this cut from the same cloth in terms of level of prospects. I think Andrew Luck is one of the best we've ever seen, which is a different debate. But
yeah, I mean, maybe. I mean, it's there's so many unknowns. I mean, I would put Caleb Williams up there. I mean, I would put Caleb Williams up there with Andrew Luck.
Yeah.
If we go back and we're looking at that time, like the hype around him, Peyton
That's
Manning,
what
I think would also have to be up there. Of just the overall prestige of this like number one overall pick. And so it might not work out, but to your point though, I think that this is going to be like they're even showing the Bears offense right now. I mean, they got Braxton Jones, Darnell Wright, you got DJ Moore now, Keenan Allen. They are needing, I think, another receiver like on the outside. They got a good running back room by committee. I know they're talking about DeAndre Swift.
yeah,
But DeAndre Swift, Khalil Herbert, you still got Roshan Johnson. Those guys, they're going to have fresh legs in there the entire time. Got Cole Kmet. They didn't even talk about Cole Kmet as well in their tight end position. I think he's one of the more underrated receivers. Tight ends in the league. So I think, and then defensively though, they maybe could use a little bit of edge rusher help. But in general though, they got the linebacker room with T.J. Edwards and Tremaine Edmonds. Secondary has improved so much. From what it was just a couple of years ago. So couldn't think of a better team that's picking number one overall for a rookie quarterback to come into.
Oh no, for sure. And that's like, I think like comparing the Bears to the next two teams that are probably going to be taking a quarterback here in the Commanders and the Patriots. Commanders and Patriots, they both need tackles. The Commanders need 2 tackles. The Patriots just need a left tackle. The Patriots need wide receivers, and their defense is I'd say about the same level as the Bears.
Yeah.
And the Commanders have wide receivers, but their defense is horrible. So, they're going to need a lot of offensive help here. And so, I really this destination for Caleb Williams, he's going to be set up for a lot of success. And so, I really like what Chicago's done. Oh, excuse me.
Oh yeah. No, you're good.
So
you're good. No, that division too. All of a sudden, just got so good over these past couple of years. I mean, you look at the Packers team, go look at the Lions team as well. This Bears team is going to be crazy.
Minnesota won the division 2 years ago, and I think they're probably at the bottom looking up. And they have probably the best receiving core in this division with Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison. But the Bears pick is in, and so like that for me, I think is just like it shows just the overall strength. And then right now, the Packers are probably the most balanced team. So
the Packers are the team to me that if you go look at this upcoming season, I think they might. You can make an argument they might be the most dominant team. I know it was 1 year. It was 1 year, but I think what Matt LaFleur did in the second half of that season, you saw that young team develop. That's what they're so young. So that's why I think if like they can just keep making that progress forward, like you can make an argument now they're probably in the running for the number one overall seed in the NFC. Playoff time next year.
Well, look at what they did to Dallas. They should have beat San Francisco. If they beat San Francisco, they probably beat Detroit. I mean, they
beat Detroit on Thanksgiving Day.
Yeah, and they didn't just beat Detroit. They came out.
They scored more points.
Touchdown. They handled Detroit pretty easily, and so that for me, I think is the big thing there. So I think I can't tell if we're getting ready to go down to the stage or not on the draft, but it looks like they're showing it. Okay, somebody's walking out.
Someone's walking out.
I wonder who it's going to be.
With the first pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams, quarterback, Southern California.
They started showing Jaden Daniels highlights, and I was thinking they shouldn't do this, but I would love it. I would. I love it just for how crazy it would be, how crazy
the chaos it would cause.
Yeah.
No, and that's pretty much been the pick since, I I think Carolina got confirmed to be the number one.
That's been the pick since the start of the 2023 season.
Well, I meant for Chicago specifically, but like I think Carolina was confirmed to be locked into the number one pick. I think after week 15 or 16, and then everyone was like, okay, so Caleb Williams is a Chicago Bear.
Yeah.
So
this entire season, yeah, and so, well, it's gonna be interesting, man. I mean, I still remember the first time I watched it. I think it was USC versus Oregon or something. Like I was up randomly, like late and on the East Coast. Like you don't really watch too many of those Pac-12 games.
Yeah,
I watched more this year because of Michael Penix, and honestly, the Pac-12 was a lot of fun. Ironically, in their last season.
Yeah.
But then I'm watching Caleb Williams, and like I'd never heard of the guy before. You know, and it's just this USC quarterback, and this dude looks like Patrick Mahomes. Just the way that he's running, the way that he's throwing, how he can improvise, how he can throw the ball from all different kinds of angles. And so I found it just fascinating to watch. I'm really looking forward to him in the NFL. It looks like he's got some personality, so it'll be fun being in Chicago. But especially too with how good that team is too. It got another guy too as well that is super good, but we just haven't really talked about too much because he hasn't been on too many great teams. He hasn't had too many great quarterbacks. But like now, DJ Moore, I think he's probably gonna be the best quarterback that I could think of. Off the top of my head as right now that he's probably played with. I would think. I mean, because he had a couple of those Sam Darnold days with Carolina Panthers and a little bit of Baker Mayfield. They ended up playing with Bryce Young. He had Andy Dalton for a little bit, also Carolina. So this might be the best quarterback that I think that he's probably played with, I think, in an extremely long time. Might be in his entire NFL career. So you go put him in there, like let's go see what can happen. And he's going to have Keenan Allen on the opposite side of him, just going to be creating more space. So this Chicago Bears team, I just don't know. I don't know how teams are going to stop this matchup here. It's just I think part of it's just going to have to hope that Caleb Williams has some of those rookie mistakes, early on. Just so they kind of take an advantage. But I can see come December, Caleb Williams could be locked in and have a CJ Stroud-esque type rookie season.
Yeah, and not to stomp on what CJ Stroud did, but I think you look at Caleb Williams and that ceiling is definitely higher. In 2022, he was really great from the pocket. He actually played really well within structure. I know a lot of teams a lot of people in the media didn't necessarily think that he could play well in structure, but in 2023, that offensive line was just so bad that he was basically catching the ball off the snap and running for his life. So with that being said, he plays well within structure. He improvises super, super well. And I really think he could be a better rookie quarterback than CJ Stroud was last year.
Oh, yeah. Which that's saying something. That's absolutely saying something. So just because CJ Stroud, one of the best rookie seasons I think we've ever seen from a quarterback. And so, but now Washington's up on the clock. And me personally, after watching it, I don't think you can go wrong with either guy. I think it's going to kind of depend on the type of system you want. Drake May is going to be more of that structure guys you talked about. Jaden Daniels can play in structure. I think he can develop that, but he's definitely going to be more of that dual threat quarterback as well with his legs. And that's where I almost think you go with Jaden Daniels, but also too, you have those reports to see how accurate that they are. It could be somebody just absolutely fishing.
Yeah. So I did hear some interesting stats today. So Jaden Daniels was only asked to throw the football over the middle 23% of the time, which was one of the last in Power 5 schools last year. But he was so efficient throwing outside the numbers that it was still really hard to defend. And then also I think you look at Cliff Kingsbury's time in the NFL with Kyler Murray, and they were 23rd or lower. I don't say worse because this isn't a category that really shows how good you are, but they were 23rd or lower in throwing the football over the middle of the field, in percentage of passing plays. So it's going to be really interesting, I think, to see which quarterback that they go with. I am leaning Jaden Daniels. To me, his dual threat ability, his consistency within his throwing motion, his ability to throw outside the numbers in that Cliff Kingsbury offense, I think is going to be something that a lot of people are in Washington are going to be happy about. And then I think you also look at the wide receivers and the weapons. They don't really have a lot of guys that go over the middle. Terry McLaurin wins on the outside, wins deep. Jahan Dotson, very similar style player, wins outside, wins deep. They don't really. Curtis Samuel left. He was kind of their over the middle guy where they would get it to him and have him create after the catch. And so that for me, I think, is a big aspect there of just like which way the Commanders might be leaning in this draft process. So
yeah. Sorry, I'm looking. Oh, it looks like the pick is in, at least for me. I think you're a couple seconds ahead of me, but showing Jaden Daniels, he is smiling, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm actually curious about that. I bet these aren't live. Like they're live obviously when they make the pick and everything and they're walking up. But all the recorded stuff of them or all the shots of them sitting there. Always thought about that. Be like, if I just got a call, like I would be freaking out. I wouldn't be sitting there all calm, cool, and collected. I would be I'd be hugging family and everything.
So I actually learned this today, watching like some pre-draft stuff, but apparently there's like a draft conference call where like they have a member of all 32 teams that are on the phone. And basically like somebody will just come on the phone and be like, Commanders select Jaden Daniels with the number 2 pick. So-and-so is on the clock. And then that's how the information gets relayed. But sometimes like reporters and things will like tap into that line. And then like they'll release picks that way, like ahead of time. But so the pick is probably made about 5-ish minutes before it's actually read out loud. So it looks like they are going to the stage now.
And the lead up and on get up and
Oh.
one player in this class, and I can see the commissioner making his way out onto the stage where he will announce the selection. It's been in for a few moments, and you saw the Washington draft room in their celebration. With the second pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jaden Daniels, quarterback, LSU.
All right. So it is Jaden Daniels. The reports were correct. My heart is starting to race now because the Patriots are on the clock, and I want them to just take Drake May. Just take Drake May and be done with it. We'll come back again tomorrow early. But I do want to talk about Jaden Daniels. There's 2 things with him that I really enjoyed watching about on tape. One, you can go and watch him at Arizona State, and then you can go watch him at LSU, and you can see the improvements that he made every single season. And that's just, it's fun to watch those guys get better. He very rarely makes the same mistake twice. But also, he is a pocket-first quarterback that has elite running ability. And I think you and I have talked about this just kind of off air, but when you go and watch all the elite guys, they win from the pocket first. Like Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, even Patrick Mahomes wins from the pocket first. And Jaden Daniels is that guy that can win from the pocket. Now, he's not going to be the biggest of guys. Like I don't think you want him standing in there taking hits from defensive ends and defensive tackles. But he has a lot more escapability than the guys I previously mentioned. And that was why he won the Heisman, was just because of how athletic he was and how solid he was as a player. So
I think if you're looking at more modern day example, I think our definition of dual threat might be a little bit different. So we've debated that before, but like my definition of dual threat is just having the capability to break off runs. Like I would like consider Josh Allen like a dual threat quarterback.
Yeah.
But even with Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes, obviously those are 2 of the best quarterbacks that are in the league nowadays. But to your point, they control the pocket, they dominate the pocket, but then they have the ability to escape outside of the pocket. And even now looking at some of these highlights of Jaden Daniels here, he was absolutely elusive. He's completely comfortable standing in the pocket. Like that was a great. I think I'm a little bit behind you here, but that was just great. He even took a massive hit there and just threw an absolute dime. So he's got that dual threat capability, and I think you put him in that offense. Terry McLaurin's another guy as well that we've talked about. Similar to DJ Moore, great talent. You know, just I think now this is going to be probably, you can argue, one of the best quarterbacks I think that he's played with now up to this point. So how explosive can this offense be? And the Commanders have a lot of picks in the top 100. So they're going to be picking at 36 again. They have 5.
Yeah, they have 36, 39, 60.
40. 36 or 40.
Oh, so 36, 40.
I'll pull it up right here.
They have, and one is a compensatory pick, I believe. So
yeah, I'll pull it up right here. So they have, And they have 6 picks actually in the top 100. The final pick is the 100th pick. So yeah,
nice.
they got 2, 36, 40, 67, 78. 78th pick is thanks to the Sam Howell trade, who is they now have their replacement for him. And then the 100th pick, the last pick in the 3rd round, is a compensatory pick.
Ooh, the Patriots pick is in. All right, I'm halfway to getting what I want. The pick is in, so they're not trading it. The pick is here.
Love for it to be like Troy Fatanu. That would be the most Patriots thing.
We might have to jump.
That would be the most
here. If it's not, so
we'd have to turn our ad revenue off because I feel like this would become not kid friendly very quick.
Oh yeah. No. For me, it's Drake May or trade back here. You could make a case that JJ McCarthy is potentially a candidate for this spot. But I feel like if you wanted JJ McCarthy, you trade back with somebody and then you trade back up for him because he's not worthy of the 3rd overall pick, in my opinion. I think you look at the tools of Drake May and he's definitely worth it. So last thing I'm going to say about Jaden Daniels here. I am really happy for him. This was a guy, I think I told you about him about this time last year as a guy that I think could be granted, I said I think he was a potential sneaky day 2 pick, but just a really solid quarterback. Heard he's just as good of a person, and like all the reports you hear that he like how good he is. So
yeah, we'll have to go and see. We'll find out here in a second on the overall draft strategy. But in general, though, I think it's going to be very unique. It's weird having Bill Belichick not calling the shots here. I mean, essentially your entire life has been Bill Belichick.
Yeah. Actually, no, I mean, I think he started with the team in '99.
So almost actually pretty much 2000, I think. We'll go double check. But they keep showing Drake May, so there's probably probably good indication here that it'll end up being Drake May. But we'll have to wait and see. I look at all these quarterbacks. I know we made a lot of comparisons in 2021, but I feel so much more confident. Oh, go ahead.
I think. Oh no, they were just zooming in a little bit. But sorry, you feel so much more confident about.
I feel so much more confident about these 3 quarterbacks being successful than Lawrence, Wilson, and Trey Lance, to be completely honest.
With the 3rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Drake May, quarterback, North Carolina.
You know what's really funny about that? And I'm just thinking about it as right now. You guys have had so many crazy draft picks that it was a genuine concern on your end.
Oh yeah,
that they would go quarterback UT Chattanooga.
I was having flashbacks to Cole Strange, guard Chattanooga, and I was like, and you were like, who the hell is that?
I have no idea who that is. Never even know. Didn't know he played for Chat. I didn't know he existed. And so, but no, you guys are getting a great quarterback here. I know it's very easy, I think, to nitpick. I mean, these guys are rookies for a reason, like just coming out of college. I think another thing too, as much exceptions that we were given to Caleb Williams at his offensive line as well. I think you could probably give a similar case to Drake May. I mean, you've seen them play live against Georgia Tech, who has horrible defense, and even still, there's that offensive line. It's even then it's a mid-tier ACC offensive line. It's not like it's Clemson or Florida State.
Exactly. And that to me, I think was the thing. I think you look to his top weapon was Tez Walker there, and he only played 7 games due to some eligibility issues, and Drake May is the prototypical quarterback that I think you want. Right, he is the big arm, accurate, really at all 3 levels of the field, downfield passer, and. You look at 2022, and he was so good in an air raid, like kind of, I don't want to say more NFL style offense, but in a more advanced offense 2 years ago. The biggest transition, like they lost a ton of players. The coach even said like they tried to mess with his footwork to get him more ready for the pros after this season, and I think that's part of the reason too why we saw his stats fall off a little bit. So I'm really happy with that pick. I am very excited to kind of see going forward. I think his ceiling is going to be way, way, way higher than Mac Jones's ever was, and I'm looking forward to it. I think that was a really solid selection there to start off this new dynasty new regime for the New England Patriots.
Yeah, just getting a little cocky there real quick, calling it dynasty already.
No, new regime.
That's pretty interesting. Pretty interesting.
But
no, it's good to see too because I forgot Mac Jones was in 2021. We've talked so much about that class. There's so many similarities now.
Oh yeah,
the first 3 quarterbacks taken off the board, and so then a couple other potential first round quarterbacks. Well, I kind of have to wait and see, but. Yeah, I think he's coming to a good organization. I think will he have that time? It was very interesting just to kind of go and see just because they gave up on Mac Jones so quickly. But I also think too as well. I think Mac Jones was like, I want out of here now.
I wouldn't say
changing offensive coordinator and everything.
I wouldn't say they gave up on Mac Jones so quickly. But what I will say is they didn't necessarily give Mac Jones the full opportunity to succeed.
That's probably a better way to say it.
And what I would say is even if I feel like based off of what I saw, and granted, this is obviously I'm looking at this through a different viewpoint now that he has already failed at that level. But even if I think they gave Mac Jones the tools to succeed, I don't know if he ever would have been a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. Like I think he would have been stuck in that quarterback purgatory where it's like, do we extend him? Do we go like trade him, get a 3rd round pick for him, and then draft another guy and take a big swing in that route? Like kind of where the Giants are now with Daniel Jones. So that to me, I think is going to be an interesting dilemma there. I do want to move on though. The Arizona Cardinals, the clock. Oh, I was just about to say the clock is still ticking down. So I was wondering if they were feeling trade offers, but the pick is in for the Arizona Cardinals. So to all those Arizona Cardinal fans who said that they were going to trade down, I just want to say personally, suck it.
We don't know yet. That's not.
No. The pick is in. The pick is in.
Oh,
they did not trade back.
Oh, that's true. Okay.
So I don't know who they picked, but they did not trade back, which was our big argument. Like they have so many top 100 picks.
Should we allow our special guest to come in here real quick and say hello?
Is it Sutton?
It's the Colts family. Colts fan. Oh,
hi, Dad.
Turn this up here. Let me see. Can you hear him, Ryan?
Yeah. So wait, New England didn't take a defensive player. What is Belichick not there anymore?
No, he's not. Thankfully, we actually our scouts are allowed to.
Oh,
there you go.
Oh,
try that there. Yeah.
I was just joking. I said, "Hey, wait, they didn't take a defensive player. Is Belichick not there anymore?"
Yeah, he's not there. And I'm gonna say, I don't want to say gladly because he was the greatest coach ever, but. There were a lot of reports about how bad that scouting room was, that basically Bill would go and scout by himself and then everybody would send him reports and then he would just disregard all their reports and draft who he wants anyways.
Yeah.
So
I don't know. It's debatable on greatest coach. 10 games under 500 when not having Tom Brady in his life.
Yeah.
So he was a great coach with the greatest quarterback, but so was Bill Walsh. So was Vince Lombardi. So was a lot of them with the Hall of Fame QBs. But anyway, revisionist history.
No,
you want to? I'm gonna let you go.
Hold on,
we gotta listen here. Yeah, you gotta listen to this pick. I think your favorite receiver's son's about to get.
Marvin Harrison.
Yeah. There you go. Can't go wrong taking a Harrison.
Can't go wrong.
Well,
Marvin Jr., William Henry, they're all good.
I laughed. Yeah. Tyler and I, we did our final mock drafts right before on Monday. And we both had Marvin Harrison Jr. going 4. And we got multiple comments of like, well, those of us who in reality know that the Cardinals are going to trade this pick. And Tyler and I both were like, that is ridiculous. This is one of the best, if not the best wide receiver prospect we've seen in 10, 15 years. And like, you're not just going to trade that away, especially when you already have 5 other top 100 picks. Like you're not trading back because you need capital.
Yeah. And it really showed they lost DeAndre Hopkins. It really showed. I mean, granted, Kyler Murray didn't start playing until the middle of last season. But, I mean, it really will make a huge difference in their offense. Actually, then they still have Marquise Brown. I mean, so
no,
actually,
he's on the Chiefs now. They lost. Marquise Brown.
Oh, that's right.
They lost Marquise Brown.
They have to
and
get
Rondale
this. They have to get this.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, like they're only. So their third wide receiver last year was Michael Wilson, who was a rookie from Stanford, who his whole college career was plagued with injuries. They lost Rondale Moore and Marquise Brown. They traded Rondale Moore to the Falcons and Marquise Brown.
Well, Rondale Moore's a good situational player, but he's not going to be a guy you hang your hat on as a number.
Yeah, but he was their
The
second guy.
Falcons did.
Yeah. I rest
He
my
was going to be
case,
the second guy in rotation there. So, Damon Costner and Connie Costner. Why would you let a Colts fan on your show?
That's right. Yeah, exactly.
Let's get that Colts fan a true mic.
Because you have to balance out good versus evil here with the Patriots and the Colts.
Yeah. They're Steelers.
Who's good and who's evil?
Well, that depends on your
depends
perspective.
on Damon's. Depends on Damon's point of view.
Damon's a Steeler fan, so everybody hates him.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. All right. Have fun, guys. We'll see you later.
All right.
Yeah. Thanks.
Bye.
Thanks, Paul.
Yeah,
Paul. But no, I mean, all in all, the Cardinals here. I mean, I think even if you go back to just that Georgia game in the was it Chick-fil-A Bowl or whichever the college football semifinal there, and you just watch how dominant he was against one of the best defenses college football had ever seen, and like they could not stop him at all. And
well, I also think too, and similar as well to like what we've talked about with like Brock Bowers, even like Caleb Williams, even a little bit too to Drake May, but like we've known how good these guys are for years now. So you can really start nitpicking on a couple of these guys. And we kind of even saw it. You can make an argument for Justin Fields, because we knew about Justin Fields for a very long time, and his draft stock ended up falling. I know he's now with a different team and he's backing up Russell Wilson. So
yeah,
that's probably not the best argument on my end, but still, it's like who knows what could happen, because he's clearly though still the second best quarterback from that draft class, but we knew about it for a long time. But Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, they came up out of nowhere. Mac Jones had his 1 year at Alabama. And so one or two, I forget on that, but this taking Marvin Harrison Jr., I think it was just too much of a no-brainer. I think then also I can understand an argument if they only had 2 or 3 picks in the top 100 and they wanted to get some more draft capital. But they addressed the offensive line. They made clear moves, like they're sticking with Kyler Murray. They moved on from Hollywood Brown and Rondell Moore, which I think was probably the right decision, just to try and revamp that entire receiving room. And you just go get a guy like Marvin Harrison Jr. and you put him with Kyler Murray. You go look how elusive Kyler Murray is and how great Marvin Harrison Jr. is. It made too much sense. In my opinion. I think now with the Chargers, though, where I have there about 4 minutes left on the clock here. With the Chargers, they are seem like they're taking some time here. But once again, I think similar with Arizona, you moved on from your top 2 receivers. I know you got Quentin Johnson last year, and I was even thinking about it. I think I'm probably being too harsh on Quentin Johnston. A lot of guys, take a year to develop, and they need that first year. So maybe they could roll with Quentin Johnson if they really feel that they were developed. But even then, too, the next guy's Joshua Palmer. And so I think here, Malik Neighbors, I think, is going to be the guy. I would. It'd be fascinating to see if they trade back and what would happen. If they did end up trading back here. So but I'm sitting at 3.5 minutes still.
I am curious. They are taking a good bit of time, so I do want to see what ends up happening here. But I think Malik Neighbors, Rome Odunze is maybe a little bit more versatile in that 6'3", 215-pound frame. But I think you have to be somewhat favoring taking one of those guys here. I
would lean towards everything. It's something similar to kind of what you talk about with the Patriots and Drake May. Is just don't overthink it. Just don't you need a quarterback. Don't try and play 4D chess or anything like that.
Well, when you start complicating things, I mean, I think it's very rare that we look at a situation like the Arizona Cardinals last year and come away with a favorable opinion, because we like the Paris Johnson. We like the Paris Johnson pick that they made last year, but that's never really happened before, where they trade back and then trade up, especially when you're targeting a specific spot.
Yeah. Hey, 1 second here. I got to charge the baby monitor.
No, you're good. Sure. You're good.
The Colts fan's back. Get out of here.
That's right.
Yeah.
No, I'll plug it in over here.
They don't pick for a few more picks. So
the
Cardinals are really letting this time tick down here. Not the Cardinals. The Chargers. So very curious to see what ends up happening here. I don't know. Oh, you good?
Ooh. Huh?
Oh. All right.
Perfect. Oh.
Man, the Chargers are.
I'm
the
not
pick.
listening to you, but I'm at 90 seconds. Oh, the pick is in.
The pick is in. Yeah, the pick just came in.
The pick is in.
I have to think this is going to be Malik Neighbors here.
I can't hear you. One second.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not talking to you, anyways.
Oh, okay. That's good.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez, Louise. Holy cow. That was harsh. A little harsh there.
You got to think this is going to be Malik Neighbors here. It just based off the situation. They do have that rebounding receiver in Quentin Johnson, as you mentioned. Other options could be
I could see
Brock
Roman
Bowers.
Doomsday. I could see Brock Bowers. I'd love his Brock Bowers, and that means then most likely Neighbors or Doomsday will be there.
I saw a lot of mocks that had like J.C. Latham or Tlise Fuaga going here as the first tackle off the board. I don't necessarily see that because I feel like if they were targeting those guys, they would be there in the early teens. But, I mean, we'll see kind of.
Are you talking about the Chargers taking J.C.
Yeah,
Latham?
yeah, the Chargers taking J.C. Latham. Just because Harbaugh is very in tune with a lot of the he preaches the physicality and building in the trenches and then out. Where
but why wouldn't they take Joe Alt?
Joe Alt's a left tackle. They have Rashawn Slater. That's not an easy transition from left to right tackle. It'd be like us trying to learn how to write left-handed. Is like the analogy that I feel a lot of people use. So, I really like. It's probably going to be Malik Neighbors, but we'll have to see.
We will have to see.
So once when they start zooming
in
on
away
this
trade
page.
offer calls for Justin Herbert. Now that would have been fascinating.
Yeah, if it's JJ McCarthy, that'd be crazy.
That would be.
So
he would have drafted JJ McCarthy. So
yeah,
right.
That is one of the next big storylines. Looks like they're going to the stage now.
The selection not going anywhere. The Giants will have an interesting decision to make.
They're showing the stage.
In just a matter of moments. But first, let's see what direction the Chargers went. There are several highly touted offensive tackles they could be choosing between. Jim Harbaugh is the new coach. Here comes the fifth pick.
Oh, no. Sorry, I just thought it just popped on my phone.
With the fifth pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Joe Alt, tackle, Notre Dame.
I mean, I love the player. I mean,
I like the player. I don't love the fit.
Yeah, one second. I'll be right back.
Okay, but I just don't like the fit. That's a hard transition to go from left tackle to right tackle. It's not as easy as going from left guard to right guard because the way that you drop, you're setting the width of the pocket, so you're not just dropping back and rotating either way. You're dropping your feet and turning left specifically, so all of your sets and reps are to the left, and you're setting that width, and that's just not. It's not necessarily translatable because everything is backwards on the right side. So maybe Rashawn Slater, the left tackle that they have right now, is the one that's going to make the change, and then Joe Alt now becomes the starting left tackle there. But Rashawn Slater's been a Pro Bowler at the left tackle spot, so I don't really know what to think of that pick because I do really like the player. So. All right, we are going to take a little. Tyler, are you part of this podcast? No, sometimes, yeah. I guess he's optional right now. So, but we are going to take a little 30-second break here just to give him some time to get back. So. All right. Perfect timing.
That was perfect. But you said
timing.
like a 60-second little.
I did a 30-second little
pause.
timer. I explained why I didn't like the pick. I really like the player. He's one of the best left tackle prospects that we've seen in a long time. He's not he's not a right tackle. He's a left tackle. They have Rashawn Slater there already. It's not an easy transition to go from left to right because of the way that the tackle's set, right? And so it's just not.
I thought it would be a tougher transition going right to left. So that
I mean, left tackle.
I think they'll figure it out.
Of the two, but
it would have been my go-to.
The Giants pick is in. All right. I don't know if someone's coming to the stage. But no, I struggle with that one because now you have two left tackles on your roster and someone's going to have to make the switch to the right side, which is not easy. So,
well, it's true. Fair. I would have preferred to go with the receiver route. It's still Joe Alt though. It's still. I mean, he's far and away one of the best tackles here. I would rather them try and move Joe Alt to right tackle or Rashawn Slater to right tackle than take J.C. Latham with the 5th overall.
Well, but then trade back. I'm sure you have teams that are going to want to get up there and move for one of the quarterbacks, one of the wide receivers.
Maybe. But trade back though for what it's worth. I mean, you still could go and get a generational talent here, just for the 5th overall pick here, and so they're showing JJ McCarthy here, who's smiling. So very curious. If they took JJ McCarthy, that would be crazy.
Oh yeah, I mean, I like the pick. I like JJ McCarthy. Maybe not quite this early. But I think they would be better served getting one of these wide receivers and then going forward from there.
Yeah. That's what I think that they'll probably do. Now I'm very curious though what the Titans are going to do. I mean, Titans could absolutely still take
maybe Olu,
or
Fatanu,
or Fatanu. Yeah, I could see it. What's interesting though now is do the Bears want to trade up?
In the draft, and the Giants receivers.
I just got the notification for the pick.
With the 6th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Malik Neighbors, wide receiver, LSU.
Yeah,
I think that's the right pick.
Yeah, it'll be the best receiver Brian Dable has had, I think. And I mean, I want to make sure. Let me quickly try and run through the receivers. But I think
he was there when Stephon Diggs was there the first time.
Well, sorry, in the Giants era.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so I think it's already Daniel Jones is happy. I would say he's got another guy to throw to. I think they've improved that offensive line. I think they're setting Daniel Jones up for as much success to be like, hey, are you the guy or not? He's probably not the guy. So they can go get a better quarterback for him here to throw to Malik Neighbors. But you go look at Malik Neighbors, though, I think this is the kind of guy Brian Dable wants in his offense. I mean, we saw what they did in 2022 with a horrible offensive line, with a banged up receiver room, and they were had a lot of guys that were kind of just on those 1-year deals. And what they were able to do with his overall motion and how we can create in that offense, I think him getting Malik Neighbors here is going to help out that offense a lot.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the things with Stephon Diggs that they were able to do in Buffalo that was so prominent was just that they were able to stretch teams horizontally and vertically with Stephon Diggs' speed. And I think now you get a guy like Malik Neighbors who has he's faster than Jalen Waddle and he's bigger, but the way he affects games with his speed is similar to Tyreek Hill, and he's just bigger. He's 6 foot, 200 pounds. He has better hands, and so I really like the pick there. You're going to know very quickly whether Daniel Jones is going to be sticking around there after this season or not, because he has no guaranteed money after this year in New York.
And also too, they do have a little more of a QB because I'm pretty sure they also got Drew Lock as well. That they signed very cheap. I'm not saying that he's going to be the savior in New York, but in case that doesn't work with Daniel Jones, or if Daniel Jones gets hurt again, it'd be kind of a similar setup, I would say, to him, or like how Tyrod Taylor was last year with his overall offense. So there is still some chance, for competency, just in case Daniel Jones is definitely not the guy moving forward. So, and then you go look at that next year's QB class. I mean, you're going to have Quinn Ewers, you're going to have Carson Beck, you're going to have other guys that have popped up, just like how every other year there's always a quarterback that pops up that they can go and look at to see who might be the potential future Giants quarterback.
Yeah. And so that's like, I don't know. I like the fit. I think that's a good pick. And then it sets up your franchise well for if another guy comes in later.
Absolutely.
So,
absolutely.
Here with the Titans, they're under 5 minutes left on the clock. Very interested to see what they could do here.
They could go Fuag. The one thing that's coming to my mind is I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I know they have DeAndre Hopkins. I know they got Calvin Ridley, a free agency, and they're paying them a couple of bucks. They are in their 30s. So to me, it'd be too much to where I think it'd make too much sense for have Roma Dunze sitting right there that you would want to go and grab this guy. And then you fill out that receiver room. You give Will Levis all of the weapons that you'd be looking for. They desperately need offensive line help. I think with that 38th pick, you are going to have guys that are available there at 38. If you want to go get your J.C. Latham, your Talise Fuaga, your Olu, I think this would be all those guys can play right tackle. Or Olu could play left tackle if you want to go try and get him at left tackle. So a lot of different options there. But also, too, what I'm seeing, would not be surprised if they're fielding some calls as I say that the pick is in.
The pick comes in. So, sorry, I'm going to interrupt. This is just the Patriots fan in me. But somebody just tweeted out the Patriots should send Commanders a fruit basket for gifting them Christian Gonzalez and Drake May. I hope Drake May.
So true.
I hope Drake May is that much better than Jaden Daniels, or is equivalent to Christian Gonzalez.
How much better Christian Gonzalez
was than Emmanuel Forbes. So, anyways, that kind of makes me laugh.
The Commanders are struggling. They need a new stadium, so it's possible maybe the Patriots are giving them a couple extra bucks.
Yeah.
For to help improve FedEx Field and just get their new stadiums. We're doing an ad right as the pick is coming in.
I know.
I was thinking about it too while this ad's going on. I bet the draft's probably already done. I bet all the teams get together at like 3:00.
Well,
like I wouldn't be surprised.
I disagree. I think your Falcons have probably already picked by now because they're the next pick, or like they've traded. It's just by the time we figure it out, they're going to be so far ahead because they really do line up and be like, all right, you got 10 minutes to make a pick. So like, I hope you've gone through your scenarios on what you want to do here.
Yeah, but like that first pick is like, so when the draft starts, it really takes 7.5 minutes for the Bears to decide Caleb Williams.
Oh, no.
Or even then another 8 minutes in for the Commanders, or then another 8 minutes for the Patriots. Like they, especially like these first 5 picks, they've worked out so many scenarios where it's like, hey, if this stuff happens, we're going to pick this guy. Like, so I wouldn't be surprised that if it is something like if you're doing a fantasy draft, these guys get together at 3:00 and they just do all this in their recording. Like they're recording the draft room from earlier on in the day. And then they just show it in. So then the NFL and ESPN can get their TV ratings money. We're all watching it. And at the same time, then too, all these guys are going to be prepping for the next day. Then they have as much time as possible then for the next day as well.
Yeah,
that's my conspiracy theory of the night.
We're going to get one every 6 or 7 picks. Just
every 6 or 7
picks. Different conspiracy theory.
This new conspiracy theory.
I will say,
so the Earth is flat,
and we've been at commercial for like 3 or 4 minutes now. Like they are.
See, but this is what I'm talking about though, where they can do all of this stuff and they can control all this stuff. Because I don't think the owners or the teams are going to want to sit around here because it's been an hour and we've only been through 6 picks.
Yeah, but they'll wrap it up, especially as we get close to the end of the night.
I guess that makes sense. If each pick is 10 minutes, then we're on pace actually.
Yeah.
So for 10 minutes a pick.
Yeah. So it'll be 4 or 5 hours long of recording. I want to say they usually get it done in less than 4 hours because we'll hit a stretch there in the 20s where they'll really start pumping out picks pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
But no, and so I'm very curious to see what the Titans do. It could be Roma Dunze, could be Olu, could be Fatanu.
There's a lot of different. There's not too many players that I would dislike here at this spot. I think it's too early to go defense, but if they want to go defense, I absolutely think that it could be that it would make sense. Just if they wanted to go secondary, I think it's too early though. I think there's a lot of best player available people. So, but this is about where the draft starts. So this is kind of panned out, even if it's Roma Dunze in a little bit different order than we expected with Joe Alt going number 5. These are the top 7 that have come off the board that we've predicted in every single time. And when it comes up to the Falcons, that's where it's going to be who that's where everything's going to change. Minnesota want to move up. Is there going to be a massive trade here? I would love it if they did trade, if we got it all right. If the Vikings
they traded 11 and 33 for 8, 46 and like 7,
whatever it was. Yeah. And so
it looks like they're going to the stage now.
The 7th pick in the draft, the Tennessee Titans.
With the 7th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select J.C. Latham, tackle.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, we lost Tyler. I guess Tyler didn't like the J.C. Latham pick, but I mean, there were some rumblings that he potentially would go in the top 10. I had him more like in the 20s, but yeah, here's Tyler. I guess you didn't like that pick.
I am ecstatic for that pick. So that means Roma Dunze is available for the Falcons. J.C. Latham, though, this kind of goes to what we've been talking about all offseason has been. Like, yes, in our mock drafts, like the way that we pan things out, J.C. Latham has probably gone more in the teens, maybe even in the early 20s. But he was like there was that talent that was there. It was just the way that we were ranking them. And I could see where the Titans going with their overall needs.
Yeah.
Joe Alt not being there. So I still like this pick. He's got the upside. He's at minimum, he's your right tackle. You got that locked down. You can figure something out there for left tackle. You can try and develop him to get to the left tackle position. But in general, though, you're just trying to protect Will Levis, and you're getting a really athletic guy here.
Yeah. And that of all the right tackles in this class, I think he might have the best transition over to left tackle if that's what they intend for him to do, because one, he is a great athlete. He has the size. Oh, your Falcons pick is in.
Come on, you better get it.
It's probably Roma Dunze.
I know it is.
But his transition over to the left could be interesting. He might stay at the right side. I mean, to be fair, they need a left tackle, a right guard, and a right tackle. So a lot of those guys, he did play guard his freshman year, and then he kicked out to right tackle there as well. So all in all, I think it's going to be an interesting route for J.C. Latham and the Titans. I definitely think that this was probably plan B for them. Joe Alt, I think, would have been ideal here at 7. But
I would think, Joe Alt would have been ideal, but you're still getting a great tackle, though, at J.C. Latham with all the upside. Here are the Falcons. Now that this is here, man, I want them to pick Roma Dunze.
I think that's probably
you got to pick Roma
the top
Dunze.
pick.
I mean, it's not that I dislike Dallas Turner a lot, but it's like everybody says you need an edge rusher. You need an edge rusher. Yeah, we've needed an edge rusher for years. It's us getting one of the 8th rounds not going to instantly change our team. I think you go and get Roma Dunze now. We have the fullest, complete offense I think that you can ask for in the NFL. I wanted to see Roma Dunze here. I wasn't expecting him to be here. If he was taken off the board, then we go Dallas Turner. If we go Dallas Turner, I'm totally fine with that. And you're welcome on the podcast absolutely anytime. And so would love to talk to Dallas Turner or Jared Verse or Leatu, whoever you end up getting. But here I also did too with the history with Terry Fontenot and what they've done in the past couple of years and just developing the super young offense here, going best player available. Roma Dunze is the best player available left on the board.
Yeah, no,
He's the best player
I
available left on the board.
I agree with that. And so that for me, I think is just the way to go. Most likely, I could also I think you could make a case for a defensive player because I think this defense was really, really good last year. And I don't think that statistically it was really, really good, but I think you could make a case that they do need a prominent edge rusher, maybe a little bit more than a wide receiver. So they could draft for need if that's the way they want to go. But I will say the last 3 drafts they've drafted a skill position player in the first round. So it'll be interesting to see kind of where they end up going from here. Right now they're showing Michael Penix Jr., which would be a very interesting pick for the Falcons.
I wouldn't like that pick at all.
Yeah.
I wouldn't like that pick at all at number 8. And it's not that I don't like the player, and obviously we watch the channel a lot, how much we admire Michael Penix Jr. and kind of what he's done. It was fun following him during his entire IU career. But here it's like we're going best player available. That's been the mentality so far. I feel Rome Odunze is a better player available. Now you just give me a call, and I can help them out with the draft process. If they go Dallas Turner here or Jared Verse, I wouldn't hate it. It would have been my go-to pick, but we'll have to go and see. It looks like this should be coming up here.
Yeah,
pretty soon. It should be coming up here real quick, but
there it is. All right.
16. So the defense is where they desperately need the help. Again, Adam Schefter telling us to expect a quarterback to go here. J.J. McCarthy is on the board. Michael Penix Jr. is on the board. Bo Nix is on the board.
Especially going quarterback, Greeny, after you pay Kirk Cousins $2 million guaranteed.
Let's see if the stunner is about to take place.
I would hate a quarterback pick here.
Roger Goodell will announce the pick.
I would hate a quarterback pick here.
With the 8th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Michael Penix Jr., quarterback of Washington.
Holy wow. And so the first stunner. I love it.
Wow.
Why do you give Kirk Cousins $200 million? I mean, I guess you got to sit there. I mean, it's funny. I'm so happy that he's a Falcon because now I get to watch him ride the bench for the next couple of years. But
I will say that's probably what he needs as a.
Yeah.
Well, they drafted a Husky.
They did draft a Husky. Yeah. I'm sure they'll get Jalen Polk later on.
Oh, look, IU.
Oh, this is the Penn State. This is his famous Penn State play.
Yeah. Okay, so I watched a podcast with that franchise guy, and I think I told you about this already, but Thomas Dimitroff was on there, and they talked about Terry Fontenot, and that Dimitroff thinks that even though they signed Kirk Cousins, they want to have a quarterback of the future. And
yeah,
I'm just very surprised that they went here with Michael Penix Jr.
Well, he's not going to be there by their second round pick. For sure, especially if teams.
No, but I figured teams would have potentially wanted to trade up for a guy like Rome Odunze, potentially jump Chicago, who now is probably going to get Rome Odunze.
Yeah. Oh, this hurts to type in. Well, it's like I have so many mixed emotions. I feel like the Kelsey parents playing the Super Bowl, watch their sons playing the Super Bowl. So Chicago. I mean, I could type in Rome Odunze here then.
Yeah, it's probably Rome Odunze here. I mean, I'm very happy for Michael Penix Jr.
He's coming to Atlanta. You're welcome on the podcast anytime. Hope no one watched this recording of this anyways with my reaction. It's not that I'm
You're not upset about the player. It's just the spot.
Well, I'm trying to figure because if we're in a win now, unless if we're that confident we're in a win now mode, and then you can go and we get Michael Penix here. We can wait. We'll have to wait and go and see. I think that was not the appropriate pick. personally.
No, I agree. I don't necessarily see the upside to
Well, the
that.
upside would be is whenever Kirk Cousins moves on.
Kirk Cousins
Well,
is 36.
what I love about this is we just paid a guy $200 million who tore his Achilles, and now that we drafted a guy with the 8th overall pick who has torn both of his ACLs multiple times, so it's like we're
I actually
really
thought that was going somewhere in a positive direction. Sorry.
I couldn't help myself. And so so yeah, we've got that going for us. It's not, man, I feel so weird. Because I was thinking at least like even if they went corner, we're like, okay, that's a good win now move.
Yeah, like that team is better now. And I just don't know. I just don't know if that is the right move.
They're showing his injuries now. Torn right ACL 2018, dislocated non-throwing shoulder.
Yeah.
Not 2019, torn right ACL, separated throwing shoulder. So literally every limb of his body has been hurt. Oh no, he hasn't hurt his left leg. No.
Yeah.
It's so funny. Because super enjoyed watching him in college, being at IU. And then I'm going to be really excited to have him here in Atlanta. But I'm really trying to figure out words to say because I think in this moment right now, I'm more shocked more than anything.
Yeah,
I'm more shocked.
Good news for you: the Chicago Bears are up,
so
you don't have to find the words. Yeah.
Bears made the first pick of the night. Now they will make the 9th selection. Here's Roger Goodell.
With the 9th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Rome Odunze, wide receiver.
So,
man, the Bears, they have dominated this.
Oh, jeez. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Dominated. They lucked out so much. Then to have Rome Odunze fall, that's insane. I say fall. He fell just a couple more picks to that, but.
Yeah, Dad just commented, wow, Bears love that pick by Atlanta. And it's like, I'm still shocked. Again, if you had told me like the Falcons traded back and got Penix Jr. in the teens or something, I would have been like, oh, hey, that actually makes a lot of sense. Kirk Cousins, 36, coming off a torn Achilles. Looks like we have our first trade of the night. Oh, to the Minnesota Vikings. So J.J. McCarthy is probably coming off the board here at 10. Sorry, and we're probably going to miss the talk about Rome Odunze, but for me,
let's keep talking about more about Rome Odunze. No, I'm just kidding.
For me, the Falcons pick is just a little stunned.
Well, that's what. So I think need a lot of time. It's not even like it was on. So this is where it's like I'm trying to think if I didn't even think about this possibility. My thought when they signed Kirk Cousins, I was like, we could go get a quarterback, and I mean, we have 2 third-round picks. I'd be down to go do that.
When we were doing our 7-round mocks, we did talk about we still think Atlanta should go and draft a developmental quarterback.
Yeah,
drafting Michael Penix at 8 is just not a developmental quarterback, and I think that's you don't draft a guy at 8 to come in and sit behind a guy you just signed for 4 years. And so, and he's already 24.
So when it comes to contract, I'm trying to remember exactly. There's a lot of guaranteed money in cap space hit in the first 2 years.
Yeah.
So I think come that 3rd year, there's a little bit of dead cap, but come that 4th year, there's not that much. So they could be cut. It's not that much, if any at all.
It's 4 years, $180 million. $100 million is guaranteed. So the payout, he's receiving $45 million each of the next 2 years, plus $10 million in 26. So if they want to get out from under his contract, then in 2 seasons they can.
Yeah. And on that pace and on that development, I can see that. And so in the 2nd round, the 3rd round, I guess. And I guess you do have that 5th-year option. And age-wise, too, I know probably a lot of people are going to be bringing up, like, oh, he's 24, 25. With quarterbacks, it doesn't really matter as much. You see guys, you see guys playing until they're 36. So in theory, we could have Michael Penix on 2 5-year contracts if things pan out. I would love to go back because it's just been so funny. We've been watching him. and been rooting for him all college season.
Yeah.
And I never honestly would have thought that he would be a Falcon. Horrible pick. But in the 43rd overall, I think it would have been a great pick.
Yeah. I think maybe it was unrealistic.
Or if you trade back. If you trade back, But to your point, though, if you trade back, now Vikings are trading up one spot just to ensure that they can go and get their guy.
JJ. Yeah.
Probably going to be JJ. Yeah. And so yeah. How's your night going?
Look, we got Drake May. That's what I wanted.
Both of our teams got our future quarterbacks.
Yeah. But no, I will say, realistically, Penix has a skill set to be successful at the NFL level. I think you look, the Falcons, with the weapons that they have, they can win down the field and do what Penix likes to do. They just got Zach Robinson, who's one of the top offensive coordinator candidates this year, to come in and work with them. So I don't hate the situation that he's going into. I think I honestly kind of prefer the Falcons situation over some of the others. I just felt the Falcons could have picked Rome Odunze or Dallas Turner and made that team better this year, where they're more investing in the future with this pick. So, and I know the Falcons are your team. I want to touch on Rome Odunze here real quick before they announce the Vikings pick. I mean, the Bears got so freaking lucky. Like, Rome Odunze there at 9 is just ridiculous, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah.
He's in any other draft. I mean, we did this in the last 3 or 4 draft classes. He's a top 5 or 8 wide receiver. Or sorry, he's a top 1 or 2 wide receiver in the class. He's a top 5 or 8 pick in just about any of those classes as well. And so I really think the Chicago Bears, they got so lucky. This offense now, DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, Rome Odunze, Cole Kmet, you have DeAndre Swift and this running back group. So I really like what's going on there in Chicago. So
yeah. No, it's going to be. I mean, I was going to make another Michael Penix joke, but no. In all seriousness, no. Yeah, they get their quarterback. Then you have that receiving trio of those guys, and you're just kind of wondering like how do you stop? And then you still have Cole Kmet, that his target shares are going to go down tremendously, but it's only just because of now, for the first time really in his career, he's the 4th best pass catcher on the Bears team.
Yeah,
and they have a solid running back room. Nobody that would really blow you away or anything like that, but still they can have fresh legs in there all the time. All those guys can move the ball really well in between the tackles. Roshan Johnson and DeAndre Swift both can catch the ball well out of the backfield. I'm pretty sure Khalil Herbert can also. He's a little bit more, I think, of a meteor guy. So a lot of interesting I think a lot of interesting ways move forward here.
Yeah, and I'll push back on what you said there. He's probably the 2nd best pass catcher on that team right now. Keenan Allen is in his like early to mid 30s. Cole Kmet, while he was a good pass catcher, he's still a tight end. And I think you look at the versatility of Rome Odunze. He's maybe not on the level of DJ Moore, but all things considered, I think he's probably the 2nd wide receiver.
Oh, I was talking about Cole Kmet.
I
was talking about Cole Kmet in that.
Yeah.
So I could see that. I could understand that argument with him and Keenan Allen battling out for who's the 3rd best pass catcher. I just because of Allen's age. Actually, I'd still say Allen's the 3rd best pass catcher. If anything, I would make an argument between Rome and Keenan Allen being the 2nd best pass catcher.
No. I think Rome right now is probably the 2nd best receiver.
Oh, okay.
Just because Keenan Allen, he's still reliable and whatnot, but he has gotten older, fallen off a little bit, and like he's in that decline portion of his career. So. They got so lucky that the Falcons decided they wanted to invest in a quarterback for the future.
You're welcome, Chicago.
Yeah, I know. You made fun of me for that Cole Strange pick for years.
Let's see how this pans out. Cole Strange hasn't won you a Super Bowl yet, so we'll have to kind of see how Michael Penix does.
Effing guard.
Yeah, I know.
So I would love the Patriots to have like Christian Watson right now. That would have been. Because he was picked like 4 or 5 picks later after that Cole Strange pick, which was just like, what the
and then he can deal with all his hamstring injuries.
Yeah, well, he tore his ACL last year, which I don't want to say is funny because obviously it's not funny, but he actually started to play well, and then he tore his ACL. So here is the Vikings pick now. What if it's Bo Nix? I don't think so because the Vikings are heavily linked with JJ McCarthy. So there might be a minute. It looks like other people, they might be doing one of their charity sponsors. So to avoid copyright issues, I'm going to pause the audio there. So, no, I just Joe Walters just commented, "Wait, this isn't the Kelsey Brothers channel." No, this is better. This is
we do get confused for them sometime, and then we tell them our net worth, and like, oh, okay,
yeah. Abby does kind of look like Taylor Swift. So,
who's Abby?
Yeah, she's probably watching this too. So,
no, she is. No, she's texting in the Goodnessons chat. So, yeah, she loves all the commentary that all of our viewers, our tens of viewers. How many people
our tens of viewers?
How many people are watching?
We got 11. It went from 6 to 11 and then back. So,
so 5 people just said hi and then dropped off.
Yeah, I guess. So, but no, this is probably JJ McCarthy. They were linked pretty heavily with the.
He was injured during his second deployment to Iraq. We salute him and thank his family and TAPS, the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, which offers care.
I just don't want to get any copyright issues.
I understand.
To Sergeant Ewing's nephew.
So, Dad responded, said, "These guys are better looking, Jill. Thank you for the support, Dad, but I'm going to say everyone tells us we look like Mom." So,
in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select
JJ McCarthy,
quarterback, Michigan.
Nice. Yeah. Oh wait, that wasn't a slight at Mom, was it?
No. It was more of a slight at Dad that everyone he said we look better, like we're better looking than the Kelsey brothers, and then everyone says, but everyone always tells us we look like Mom. So
okay.
It's not because we look like Dad.
Oh, okay. I understand what you're saying now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, Mom, if you're listening. That wasn't meant to be slight at you.
Mom's asleep. Mom's been watching Sutton all day, so Mom is probably asleep by now.
That's very true.
With our little blog, I like the JJ McCarthy pick. He's been a guy. I know I've been higher on him for long, and I think this is a good spot as well. Wouldn't I thought he'd be the 5th quarterback taken off the board? But
I thought it could be close. Oh, the Jets pick is in already.
They're going. They should go. Brock. Well, I don't know. I don't want to say definitive Brock Bowers, but if he's sitting there,
if we can't talk about Taylor's new album, then I'll stay on. That's what Jill said, and then Dad said Tyler needs to shake it off after Atlanta's pick.
You need to connect Jill with Abby, and then just
I know. Abby,
get your own blog. This is a man's show.
Yeah, if you're in the comments, talk with Jill about Taylor Swift.
Our whole comments, you'd be like, "Oh wow, Tracy got like 1,000 comments." It's like 995 of them are Taylor Swift comments. Have you heard this song? Have you heard this song? Did you see the Eras tour?
No, okay. So to talk a little bit about JJ McCarthy, with him, there's just not a lot of tape, and the tape that is there are some flaws, but there's also some good things that you want to see. He reads the middle of the field relatively well. On throwing the ball deep outside the numbers is not his strong suit. It's just something that he struggled with, and also there are big statistical drop-offs when he's throwing to his left, to the left side of the field. And so just like some flaws that he's going to have to work out there. He's not going to be thrusted right into a situation where he's going to be forced to start right away with Sam Darnold there. I think Kevin O'Connell will do a pretty good job of managing his snaps, but or not managing his snaps, but managing the plays and managing the situations that he gets put in.
Well, I also think too they are there's definitely more likely he can have a starting position in Minnesota come day one than Michael Penix. But they did sign Sam Darnold to, I believe, a 1-year, $10 million deal. And so I could see this being something similar to like how Justin Herbert and the Chargers, when they first drafted him, I think it was Tyrod Taylor, and then and then thanks to an EMT guy puncturing Tyrod Taylor's lungs, Justin Herbert was able to come in week 2 and then spend his job ever. I'm pretty sure it's Tyrod Taylor. I don't think it was Teddy Bridgewater. I'm pretty sure it's Tyrod Taylor. I'll have to double check that. But anyways, he won't have that pressure to all of a sudden be, okay, you're the guy come in day one, just as like these top 3 guys take.
Yeah. Sorry, somebody commented can't chat driving. I think it was Chris Neary, but and I just said you just sent a chat.
We appreciate it, Robert.
Yeah, but no, with JJ McCarthy, like the potential is there. He is the youngest quarterback in this draft class, so it'll be interesting to see kind of what he can develop into up in Minnesota. So moving on here with the Jets pick. The Jets pick is in. I'm very curious to see if it is Brock Bowers.
I think it's got to be Brock Bowers. Oh. Well, I don't want to say for certain it's Brock Bowers because
I can see them of who it was. Hold on,
I can see them being offensive line.
Just try and protect Aaron Rodgers. They got 2 tackles that haven't.
Hold on. I just got notified who it was, but let's see. They're zooming in on the stage like it's about to be announced.
Exactly, yes. Those are Tyler Smith and Morgan Moses. Let's see if that's the direction they go. Here's Rodgers again.
With the 11th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Olu Fashanu, tackle, Penn State.
Is that how you pronounce it?
It's actually Fashanu is the correct pronunciation that he said at the combine.
I'm the notoriously awful
Fashanu
name pronunciation.
But I mean, okay, so
I like this pick. I mean, it's
I don't hate it.
I would have gone a different route because maybe I'm too focused on skill position players. I do too much dynasty football. But if we're talking about though something similar with the Falcons, you're trying to develop for the future here. Olu can be the guy. He's playing left tackle. He can be the guy that can be developed, be your long-standing left tackle post Aaron Rodgers. You know, when Zach Wilson comes back on his career resurgence and takes the Jets to the Super Bowl. I'm just joking, obviously, but he can be the guy. I think that slowly go and develop here. And they made all his offensive line moves similar, I think, to with JJ McCarthy as well. It doesn't have that pressure, I feel, to go in. All right, you're the left tackle. You got to be great immediately.
Yeah, and that's you made fun of me in this particular 7-round mock draft, but Tyron Smith and Morgan Moses, they have dealt with a lot of nagging soft tissue injuries, pulled hamstrings, torn biceps, and random things like that. And getting Olu Fashanu is a little bit of an insurance policy with some of those guys. He's probably too big to kick into guard. He's going to be a true left tackle, but with that being said, he needs some development, I think, at the next level. He has elite athleticism for that left tackle spot, but he struggles a little bit with power. He's going to deal with a lot of that at the NFL level, so he needs to work on setting his anchor and kind of redirecting some of these edge rushers more around him and keep guys in front of him instead of just allowing them to go right through him. So it's going to be interesting to see how he develops there. And yeah, I like the pick. I think it's probably the right pick. Brock Bowers, I think, maybe helps this team a little bit more now. But again, I think with Aaron Rodgers being the situation that he's in, they did a lot of win now moves in free agency. And I think going forward, they're going to be investing more in the future. So,
yeah. I think kind of looking now at this pick here in Denver, this is now, especially too with the 5 quarterbacks coming off the board, this is now most definitely got to be Bo Nix. I would be shocked if it's not Bo Nix. Only just because Denver's next pick's not until 76.
Yeah, they don't have a second-round pick.
There's not even guaranteed Spencer Rattler's going to make it that far. So no. I know they made the trade for Zach Wilson here. That would be crazy if Zach Wilson had his career resurgence under Sean Payton. Highly unlikely. Go check out our sponsor, Bet US. Click the link down below, and you can bet on Zach Wilson being potentially. They should make a bet because you'll become a billionaire if Zach Wilson becomes MVP. But if you bet on it, that'd be absolutely insane. But this has got to be. I would be shocked if this isn't Bo Nix here.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think, man,
But I've been shocked tonight already. So
6 quarterbacks and 12 picks would be nuts.
looking through all the
Also,
mock
all
drafts,
offensive,
Yeah.
offensive picks.
looking through all the mock, I think we started to get to 5 towards the end, like with JJ McCarthy and the Bo Nix, just through the process of it, just making sense that like Denver's going to have to probably go quarterback here. But I didn't see anybody do 6 in the top 12. I don't think I saw anybody do 6.
No, I will. So when I first did a mock draft, I had, or like when we first did mock drafts in January, I had Michael Penix going in the top 10 to somebody.
Might have been at the Falcons because that was before they had Kirk Cousins.
It might have been actually. So
Yeah.
I knew it all along.
You're so smart. Ryan.
Yeah. But no, and so that for me, I think like we saw 5 in 15 in the first 15 picks in 2021. But if this does happen to be Bo Nix, that would be pretty unprecedented, I think. And then with it, like you said, with this run, I do expect this to be Bo Nix. But then there's a really big drop off after this. I mean, you're going to guys like Spencer Rattler, Michael Pratt.
Yeah.
I mean, even like I think the next guy on that list would be Jordan Travis, who is like a clear day 3 pick. So
Sam Hartman, you got Joe Milton.
Yeah, all clear day 3 picks. So
yeah,
it's Reggie Miller.
Oh, he comment on our video?
No.
That would be
crazy.
Dad would freak out. Dad would freak out.
But one thing I will say. So speaking of Dad, Brock Bowers is still on the board, and Denver's probably not picking him here.
Probably not picking him here.
Las Vegas invested in Michael Mayer.
They're not going to pick him.
They're not going to pick him.
The only thing the concern would be teams trading up to go and get him, like the Bengals, or something, or somebody like that. Which in that instance, I mean, so this is where I can see the Colts being like, "Hey, we'll
bump it,
trade up." Yeah, well, it would not be that much. How much?
No, it would be like a 5th round pick because even the. Sorry, I need to go to Twitter. The Vikings 11, 129, and 157 to go from 11 to 10. So they could easily probably just do their 4th.
Say it one more time.
It was the Jets got 11, 129, and 157 for 10 and 203.
And 157 for 10 and 203. Perfect.
Yeah. So
just for marking all the picks there.
But I mean, so if the Colts want to go from 15 to 13 or 14, it is probably just a 4th or 5th round pick.
Yeah. I know nothing.
All right. Here is, don't jinx it, Ryan. Oh, here is the pick. I just saw it. ESPN notified me. They keep sending me notifications, and I need to go turn it off so I can react live.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Bo Nix, quarterback, Oregon.
So, yeah, that's kind of what we thought. And also, too, I think you look at that Sean Payton offense, and I'm not saying this in like a down way to talk about Drew Brees, but in that Sean Payton offense, that quarterback is much more of a distributor rather than like a true playmaker. And I think when you look at what Bo Nix was doing at Oregon, he was a distributor there as well. And so Dan Lanning, that offense was pretty complex in Oregon. I do like the transfer over or the like transition in the NFL. Bo Nix, he's played a lot of football. Actually, he's played the most college football of any quarterback to ever come into the draft. So there's definitely some playmaking ability there that we saw at Auburn. And then I also think you look at the way he was able to play in structure at Oregon, and I think that that's just a really, really good fit there. So 6 quarterbacks in the first 12 picks. That's a lot. So definitely going to be.
Has that happened before? Actually, I don't know if that's ever happened before.
There's been 6 in the first round, only one time 41 years ago. Like they were talking about that in the lead up to the draft. So
this is quite interesting. Then I would say on how this is going to develop. And everybody's destiny is now up for grab. Well, no, I guess not anymore.
Yeah. I do. You and I talked about this. I went back and forth on Bo Nix throughout this whole process. He was so hard to get a read on just throughout the entire process. So, the Raiders pick is in, and
this to me, I think it's probably might see the first defensive player off the board here. Well, I don't know, but I say that Talise Fuaga is there.
Talise Fuaga, Troy Fatanu is still there. Amarius Mims. So. Yeah, first time in league history that 6 picks have been taken in the top 12. So
there you go. You're here first. You experience it on the Tracy take.
But that's
witnessing history.
I went back and forth on Bo Nix because he was very boring on tape, but in like a good way. But but that just makes him kind of hard to evaluate because he's not doing anything super spectacular, but kind of how we talk about this draft process. Sometimes just sitting there and doing what you should do is the best way to go about things. And he can create. We saw that a lot at Auburn and only sometimes at Oregon. And so I like the fit. I think Sean Payton will really like him there.
Well, we've been saying that, it's a long time. If you go look at what Russell Wilson did, it was either dink and dunk, turn the ball over, or throw a deep pass and turn the ball over. And so I'm just joking. He was better in his second year. All things considered. But Bo Nix, that's kind of he had the highest completion percentage, but if you go look at it, it was a lot of high percentage throws. A lot of throws inside 10 yards, a lot of throws, a lot of crossing routes, zone schemes. And then too, they had guys like Troy Franklin that he was able to throw bombs to. So I think the pick is about to be up here.
Yeah. I'm just gonna say we were wrong on our analysis here.
Wow.
So, all right. I think they're going to the stage.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Brock Bowers, tight end, Georgia.
Sorry, Dad.
He got so close. I really didn't think he would make it. Or go. I really didn't think, one, he would make it this far, but 2, at this point, the Raiders, they just invested in Michael Mayer last year, and he actually had a decent rookie season at the tight end spot. But
yeah, I will say when watching it, he's seemed like he might be a little bit more of the Brock Bowers can be more of that slot receiver, more of that like Kyle Pitts-esque.
Yeah.
Michael Mayer might be a little bit more of that traditional tight end. But you go look at it though, they've got now their over the middle guy, or I say they got 2 guys that do that with Michael Mayer also doing that.
Yeah. Then Jacoby Brissett goes over the middle a little bit as well.
That's Jacoby Myers.
Or Jacoby Myers, sorry.
Yeah.
Wrong Jacoby.
So very interesting route though here. But also too, he's just that good a player though. I think to have him fall that far, I think. It's so maybe you go defense there, but then you just go look at how great a player that he is and how much he's done.
No, I agree. And I think you look at like the blue chip prospects in this class, and he's definitely one. And I think even like Olu Fashanu maybe lost a little bit of that like love that he had at the beginning of this draft process. JJ McCarthy definitely came up in this process, and I wouldn't necessarily classify him as a blue chip prospect, but he is a top quarterback prospect. And so that for me, I think is the route. And I will say we have a comment from Jim Tracy. Colts will grab a corner now. They need it. Would have loved that offense with Bowers in that lineup. I agree. That's probably the most likely option now.
I think every offense would love.
Well, yeah,
offense with Bowers in it.
I think Brian Thomas Jr. is definitely still on the board. Alec Pierce has been a little bit of a failed experiment for them. And Brian Thomas Jr. is I joked throughout this process he was Marvin Harrison Jr., but he's a really nice option there at
to
15.
your point, if I would project the Saints do anything right here, it would be it's why I projected the entire offseason with them to go offensive line. I think then too with some of the top guys or some more guys coming off the board, I think it's possible maybe they go offensive line and again try and get their guy. And then if you do that, and then Brian Thomas Jr. is there for the Colts, that'd be 15 offensive players picked here in the first 15 picks. That'd be another thing. I don't know if that would ever be if that's ever been done before. So, we'll kind of have to wait and see. I agree. Probably the Colts will end up going corner. Probably be the first defensive player taken off the board. In my mind, because I think the Saints should go offensive lineman here. I think Talise Fuaga will be great here. I think Troy Fatano provides a lot of versatility as well. And so, but we'll have to kind of wait and see.
Yeah. I don't think that they'll go defense because they do have a bunch of corners. They invested in Brian Breesy last year with their first round pick, so it wasn't just like
That's why
day 2 or like your day 3 pick. They still have Demario Davis there in the middle, and so while they're getting older, they still have talent on that side of the ball. They need help right now on the offense, and so that's probably where they'll go here if they don't trade back, because we are ticking down to about 4 minutes here. Although every time I feel like we've said that.
Start picking in.
That's when the pick goes in.
Yeah.
So
I think I'm now a couple minutes in front of you. So,
you are? Okay.
No, a couple seconds in front of you, and so about 30 seconds ahead of you.
Okay, is the pick in?
So, no, not yet.
Okay,
but just letting you know.
But usually it's the other way around.
I know, but crazy draft night so far. A lot of moves. It's funny. It started out completely expected, but as we talked about as well, once we got to that 8th spot, as right there, that's where we kind of knew, just looking at everything, like we don't know where everybody's going to go from here. And so Bears got a little lucky that Odunze fell, but it makes sense that I understand why Tennessee would pass up on Odunze. I understand why they'd pass up on Michael Penix Jr. And then it fell into place too, where Minnesota and Denver are going to have to go and get their quarterbacks, and so which those make sense. We didn't really know where Brock Bowers was going to go, and so actually him going to the Raiders is a little surprising. But that being said, similar I think to the Joe Alt pick. It's not that I hate the pick. They invested in Michael Mayer last year, so maybe that means they're not satisfied with what Mayer can bring to the table overall, or he's just that good of a player. But here now at 14. Still no defensive players taken off the board. I would bet that they would probably not go defensive player here. They'd probably go offensive lineman.
Yeah. I mean, you never know. Like if they have like a really high grade on Dallas Turner, that could be a potential option there. Or maybe Jared Verse, I feel like might fit their system a little bit better because they usually play with 4 down defensive linemen. Yeah. But I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see this pick. This time is ticking down. I'm at 1:30. Oh, and that now the pick is in right there. So
there you go. Yeah, and you're ahead of me now too. So perfect.
Oh, okay.
We're back to normal. So yeah, the pick is in here. Compared to, was it last year too, where there's so many trades? Or was it 2 years ago?
It was 2 years ago. I made the comment there were no trades. It was like we got outside of the top like 11 picks with no trades, and I thought a lot of teams would be moving around. And then it was like 4 trades, like back to back to back. So
this was kind of what we talked about though all off season, is that you're just like, why there's so many great players here. Like I find it hard to imagine that these teams wouldn't want to take one of these players.
Yeah.
And not even risk moving back. Like, let's just go get our guy.
Yeah. So I'm reading the captions now. So there have been 13 straight offensive players taken. That is the longest streak in the first round in NFL history of straight offensive players.
There we go.
So
there we go.
I feel like the Saints could do it. I just don't know if I would like it. Like I still like Fatanu as a fit better. Or Talise Fuanga, who like could play right guard for them next to Ryan Ramczyk. So,
well, and that's right. I think a guy like Furtado. And sorry, did you say Furtado or Fuaga?
Both. I mean, both those guys can play guard. So
I think both those guys are just solid picks. You
Yeah.
know, just general for a team that's had one of the worst offensive lines consistently over the past couple of years. That I think that's going to be probably the route that you go. You have some great guys that are here. And also, too, I would say, wouldn't be surprised if a guy like Amarius Mims, if they really like him just with his overall ceiling, and draft all about projection, you know, and the overall development and ceiling of these guys. Maybe if they'd want to go that route, because on paper, you've seen him play live. Dude is absolutely ginormous. So, you know, if you want to go get a guy here, he's not going to make it to your next pick. So, is he walking up now?
it looks like they're walking up to the stage now.
The defensive guys are probably going to have to wait a little longer based on what they have at the top. I mean, you talk about Ramczyk, you talk about Trevor Penning, the injury history there. They're going to have to go tackle here. You're going to find out right now. With the 14th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Talaise Fuaga, tackle, Oregon State.
That was a guy I really liked throughout this entire process. The best true run blocking tackle in this class. He just plays with the level of nastiness at the point of attack that you really want. He can kick into play guard if needed, but I really think that right tackle spot is going to be where he's going to play his best football. Yeah. And it's really hard to get really solid tackles. So I like that pick. You and I both, we kind of talked it out. They have some good experienced playmakers. They invested in the defense in the first round last year. They need players on the offensive side of the ball, specifically the offensive line. And I think they go out and they get a good one here. I like this pick.
Yeah, no, I like this pick a lot as well. Unless you're the 2021 Cincinnati Bengals, you need to have a good offensive line if you want to make the Super Bowl. And so I think you go get a guy like here, just super consistent. You've been high on him this entire offseason. I think we've mocked him or J.C. Latham going to the Saints almost religiously. I think Trey Furtado, I think, started to sneak his way up in there as the draft process went on. But even now, just watching these highlights, I mean, he is just throwing these grown men around. So I think he's going to do just fine. Especially too, it makes me a little nervous as a Falcons fan. But
well, I also think you look at the guys that they're showing these highlights against, and the first three highlights were against Braylon Trice and Laiatu Latu and Gabriel Murphy. And all those guys are going to go end of day 2, early day 3. Well, Laiatu Latu is a first-round pick, but all these guys are going to go here pretty early on in this draft. So I like the fit. I think that's going to be a pick that's going to pay dividends for them. Derek Carr is probably pretty happy right now as well.
Oh, he's extremely happy. Oh, yeah. No. It finally gets some protection here. And then with their second-round pick, they'll probably go and get a good number 2 receiver to help out with Chris Olave, because I think that's an area that they need to address a little bit as well. Maybe they'd want to double dip in offensive line because their offensive line was that bad. Probably not, but still. And so I think, though, as we're moving on here now, let's talk about the Colts pick here. Breaking news too. Kirk Cousins was not given a heads up that Michael Penix would be drafted by the Falcons. That's interesting.
Nice.
So
probably wasn't too happy about it, but
they left that out on those tampering conversations. I bet.
Yeah, I know.
So with that, though, I mean, with the Kirk Cousins, as we talked about, I mean, Falcons are going to be on the hook for like $100 million cap space wise over the next 2 years. So they're going to be thinking about that over the next couple of seasons, and then Kirk Cousins could probably then retire. If he wants to or not, and so we'll kind of wait and see.
So that is like the argument for the pick is Kirk Cousins, 36 years old, coming off a torn Achilles. Right, you don't necessarily know how he's going to respond. You want to go get a young guy to come in, sit behind him, learn. Right, while you have this guy under contract, so that is a potential option there. And so, and also too, I think we saw with the Falcons organization over the last few seasons, they have had some struggles at the quarterback spot post Matt Ryan. Granted, you lose a Hall of Fame quarterback, you're not going to, very rarely, unless you're at the Green Bay Packers, are you going to immediately fall right into his replacement. So that, to me, I think, like, they're just kind of maybe covering all their bases at that spot. So that is, I guess, the case for the pick.
Oh no, I get why they did it.
Yeah.
Doesn't
Would
mean
you
that
rather
was right.
Would you rather have Rome Odunze right now?
Yes.
Like,
yes.
I don't know, but no, that's.
Oh yeah, we'll have to see. It'll be interesting. Not too many guys I think get picked 8th overall to sit on the bench for 2 or 3 years. So that's where it's very interesting overall. Yeah. But we'll have to kind of wait and see. It does correct me up. They draft their replacement just in case the guy with the leg injury from last season gets hurt with the guy with the notorious leg injuries.
Yeah.
Throughout his college career, throughout his 6 years in college.
Yeah.
But the past couple of years have been good, so we're not going to talk about it. Sitting here now, the Colts picking 15th overall. I'd love to honestly see them go offense here just so it could be the first 15 picks. Just kind of have another historic little run. And then Seattle could potentially go offense also. Probably not that. They'd probably go get an edge rusher there, go get Jared Verse. Colts here, though, if it's not a corner here, I mean, it could be Terry Arnold, Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, I think would be unique in this system as well. But then I do think just with the way this trend is going with how offensive heavy it has been, if they're leaning towards a Brian Thomas Jr. or maybe an A.D. Mitchell, just to completely round out that entire room. And on that offensive side of the ball, I think could go get a Mike Sandstrill or something like that in the second round. TJ Tampa, a good day 2 corner, and potentially try to be aggressive, go and get the guy that they want. Yeah, but here, though, literally and everybody, entire defensive side of the ball is available here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. They have the pick of the litter in terms of defensive players here. And I'm sure they have to have a high grade on one of these defensive guys. So I would love to see maybe Dallas Turner or Jared Verse, I think, get a more powerful edge rusher, depending on what you're looking for if you are the Colts here. So the pick is in, so they have made a pick. But I'm really fascinated to see this because they really could go in a multitude of directions. I do just want to
look
see
at that board. You see their board there? The Colts. It's just all these different names.
Oh my! That's like hundreds of names.
It's like an escape room. Like you got to find the right puzzle. It's like Jigsaw has you locked into his.
All right. They haven't announced the pick yet, Dad. But who do you want them to take here? I know you were kind of set on Bowers, but curious on your thoughts.
Well, we talked about that before at dinner when they were over watching Sutton. But corner, he's high on Terry Arnold. I don't want to speak for Dad, but as he's typing in here, but Terry Arnold, Quinyon Mitchell, I think those are the 2 names that are going to be sticking out to me. I think sneaky maybe Nate Wiggins. He's more, I would say, your traditional like outside.
Yeah, I see the Quinyon Mitchell. He's a true outside guy. Dad said Dallas Turner actually in the comments, so we'll see who they end up going with here.
That could be interesting.
With the 15th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Laiatu Latu, defensive end, UCLA.
Okay. So the first player off the board is Laiatu Latu.
You know what's funny about that? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
He's the most refined pass rusher in this class. He's the oldest, and he has some medical concerns. He was forced to medically retire from football when he was in like his true sophomore season, and ended up rehabbing, getting healthy, coming back, and now you watch him on tape, and he's not the athlete that Jared Verse and Dallas Turner are, but he has the best array of pass rushing moves. He's also probably, him and Jared Verse might be tied in run defense and being able to actually set an edge. And one of the things I like about this pick is they're adding some strength and size to this defensive line at the edge position, because this is one of the things that we talked about. Outside of DeForest Buckner, they didn't have a lot of meat to actually stop the run, and they were one of the worst run defensive teams in the NFL last year. So sorry, Dad, it's not Brock Bowers, but I do like the pick. I think Laiatu Latu is a good player.
No, I wouldn't have bet that Leatu would be the first defensive player off the board. But that's the thing I was about to say that you said. But we've said all offseason, he's probably the most NFL ready right now.
Yeah.
Defensive end, and he's huge. He's got the skill position player off the edge there. I think to your point though, he's more of that traditional, I would say, kind of 4-3 like defensive end,
Which is what the Colts
I would think. And that's absolutely what the Colts run. As I say that, there's a highlight of him dropping back into coverage and getting a pick.
But
and so
I don't view that as a bad thing because he is that big and he has that amount of size.
Yeah.
But he is athletic enough to drop back into coverage. Again, he's not the elite athlete that Jared Verse or Dallas Turner are, but he's a good athlete that is developed and has all these pass rush moves in his repertoire already coming in. So Damon, Bowers would have been a better pick in my opinion. I'm not going to say that last part because you can see that Georgia Tech scarf right behind me. Bob said, when are we talking about the uniforms and tight ends? That's on a different podcast.
That's a different podcast. Go check out Jill and Abby's podcast.
Yeah.
I'll talk about Taylor Swift also.
Yeah.
I think Bowers would have been a better pick there if he would have fallen to him.
Yeah.
But here, I think in Leatu, I think anything defense, I would have preferred probably go corner. But after kind of talking it through, though, seeing an edge rusher also makes a lot of sense. As well, just for this team in general. I think with that second pick overall, the second round pick, there's going to be a lot of corners. It's going to be interesting then, too, where some of these other corners fall when it comes into if some of those top 5 that we've talked about make it out of the first round. And maybe they can use a little bit of their draft influence to trade up and go and get some of those guys. Like if a guy like Cooper DeJean hypothetically falls to the second round, be super aggressive to go up and get their guy. Excuse me, sorry.
No, you're good. And that's, I think we look at those top 5 corners are still on the board. Cooper DeJean, Kool-Aid, Terrion Arnold, Quinion Mitchell, and then Nate Wiggins. All those guys are still there. And I know we're talking 30 picks from now, so there's a chance that they'll all be gone. But again, that's you can move up potentially at the beginning of the second and grab one of the guys that falls. So
yeah. Well, and this is what we talked about too all offseason. Though it's just going to be where do they favor these guys on their board. So obviously, Colts favored Dallas Turner. Honestly, the Colts favored Leatu over every defensive player in the whole draft. Just because he's the first one taken off the board, so they valued him the highest out of everybody else. This is what we talked about too, as well. Like we had some mock drafts where Leatu fell to 31, and then we had some mock drafts where he was taken like 13 overall or 12 even by the Denver Broncos. Just there are scenarios that we could play out. So this was going to be fascinating over these next half of the first round. Is how these teams value certain positions, certain players that fit certain schemes. Like Leatu fits their scheme a lot better. They feel than Dallas Turner might be, who might be a little bit more of that traditional modern day edge rusher, who's like an outside linebacker, like Will Anderson with the Texans, for example.
Yeah, and there's definitely I think a scheme fit for that specific player. But and also I will say Dallas Turner not the best edge setter. In terms of the run game there. He's not usually asked to do too much in the run game being at that outside linebacker position. But again, I do like the Leatu fit. And maybe Dad just had his hopes up to get Brock Bowers, but I think that's that's still a good pick there, and he'll be happy with that with Leatu. So Seahawks are up. The pick just came in right as I was about to say time is ticking down on their pick. But interested to see where they go. I don't really maybe offensive line. Troy Fautanu is still on the board. I could definitely see that one going through. I don't think they need really too much defensive tackle help. Maybe Graham Barton, who was a tackle at Duke, projects to be more of a center in the NFL. I mean, just a lot of different routes. There's still Dallas Turner, Jared Verse as well. Jared Verse would be a good one. The Seahawks need edge rusher.
I would choose for the Seahawks. I would choose Jared Verse over Dallas Turner just because they're going to have. I think he's going to fit their scheme a little bit more. In my opinion, I could absolutely be wrong. And so, but if they're going to go offensive line, I don't know if you just mentioned the name there, but Troy Fatano as well. He's going to be that versatile guy that can move all throughout the
offensive line.
So,
yeah.
A couple comments here while we're at commercial. Chris Neary, I got nothing. Giants and Falcons picks. What do you think? Giants picks, picking Malik Neighbors. Love it. Falcons pick. Let's move on to the next comment here from Jim Tracy.
We can talk about Michael Penix again. I mean,
we can talk about Michael Penix.
It's not that bad.
Is Michael Penix going to be the new Cole Strange in the family chat? Well, no, we actually like Michael Penix. It's just the GM.
There was definitely more of a shock factor. At least you drafted a first-round quarterback in the first round. We drafted a fourth-round guard in the first round. So,
yes, that's what I've got that going for me.
But no, Michael Penix, good player, had some injury issues, played a decent bit of football, not as much as like Bo Nix or Jaden Daniels, but played a lot of football in college. Good player. A little confusing given the fact they just signed Kirk Cousins to the $200 million deal that they did. So that's kind of the big the snafu with that one.
You know what's really funny is because anybody, if this ever gets archived, and people come back and watch this, and I would absolutely love to say like my reaction is wrong. That happened when Michael Penix wins the Super Bowl, but then when I go see Rome Odunze win these receiving titles, I'd be like, I'll remember this moment, and I'll just have this clipped on my phone, and so I really hope I'm wrong. Really hope my reaction is wrong, and that he could pan out and be the first IU quarterback I think ever to win like Super Bowl MVP. Actually, or just a Super Bowl. I don't really care if you're an MVP. Just win us a Super Bowl. But we'll have to kind of wait and see. But I was definitely shocked. And just the shock moment of the night. I think here with Seattle, we talked about it.
We have one more
bit here. We have one more comment here.
Yeah.
From Jim Tracy.
Jim Tracy. I think corner would have been better, but Laiatu Latu is a fighter and be a great locker room guy. Just may not have been the best player at that spot. I agree. I think, too, maybe going and getting Quinion Mitchell and really solidifying that secondary would have been a good fit. But at the same time, like there's 5 top corners in this class. There were really 3 top edge rushers, and there's a pretty big drop-off after those guys. And so you go get Laiatu Latu. If that's the guy you identify that fits your system, then I don't hate it. At this point in the draft, and Tyler and I would talk about this in a lot of our mocks, but at this point in the draft, from like 12 to 42, there's like 30 guys that are all going to fall, I think, in that same category of prospect. And you're more just identifying which one I think fits your scheme the best. So that's like it's hard. It's not like last year where there's only like 15 guys that are really worth the first round pick, and everybody else is just there by default. So it looks like Seattle is coming up to the podium. Okay. Sorry to cut you off, and then we can.
No, you're good.
Oh, never mind. They did that, and then they went to an armed services or armed forces commercial. So,
what I was going to say. We changed the group text. Oh no, it's just us. The one without Abby in it. And so I won't tell Abby what our mom said about her. But anyways,
about that.
Oh yeah, no.
It was a TikTok if you're watching this, Abby. I promise. All right.
What were we talking about?
Now I think the Seahawks are coming up to pick.
Oh, okay.
In the United States military, your sacrifices to defend our country's freedom do not go unnoticed. Thank you so much. With the 16th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Byron Murphy, defensive tackle, Texas.
So
I like the player.
like the player. I just didn't feel like defensive interior was maybe the way that they would go. But
go ahead.
But at the same time, he was one of the top defensive players on the board, and I think that that's still a good pick. Not like something to write home about, but
this is also a team though that last year they took Devin Witherspoon and Jackson Smith and Jigba, who were two positions that nobody really had on their radar for over only secondary in their receiver. But Byron Murphy though, absolutely great player, and so really grows up the draft stocks here. I think the biggest thing as well too for the team is they're just trying to beef up that defensive interior, or just the defensive line in general, whether it be defensive interior. And I think too, you can move him around. He's wide enough and he's agile enough to where you can move him around probably at different points in the offensive line. And then I also think it's going to be interesting too with Mike McDonald and kind of how he wants to change. And sorry, I stopped talking there because Minnesota Vikings are now on the clock.
I know. That's interesting. Maybe they're going up for a Troy Fatanu or like a Jared Verse or something. Or Dallas Turner, actually, based off of it looks like they're switching to a 3-4 system there.
Yeah.
So we do have another comment from Damon. Do you think the Falcons made an off-air trade and they will trade Michael to another team who the Falcons want and a third-round pick? I don't think so. That's usually an NBA thing where like teams draft players and then trade them afterwards.
So my only thought with that, the first thing that came to my mind is who would that be with?
Yeah.
Because Minnesota and Denver got their quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean, maybe the Rams who might be.
I think it's a fair question. So yeah, how bad the pick was.
I don't think it was that bad of a pick. I mean, I will say it's probably been my least favorite pick so far, but it's not like the Cole Strange pick is still much, much worse. So
but Cole Strange still a starting guard, isn't he? Like
barely. He also just tore his ACL, but he was not good. So
and too with the blown ACL, he hasn't been able to perform since. So you have two ACLs to play.
So not sure of the player. That would be on you guys. Yeah, I mean Michael Penix Jr. He has some of the best tape from 2023 of all these quarterbacks. It's just he has the injury history. He of these quarterbacks was one of the worst under pressure. Oh, it looks like the Minnesota Vikings are announcing their pick.
17th pick to the Minnesota Vikings. With the 17th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Dallas Turner.
Yeah.
Linebacker, Alabama.
So to me, this was a theory I came up with for the Minnesota Vikings. Well, I think they're switching to a 3-4 defense with an outside linebacker. And Dallas Turner fits that scheme so well. He is the premier outside linebacker edge rusher in this class. So, but just to finish up and wrap up on this comment, Michael Penix Jr. of all the quarterbacks in this class had some of the best tape in 2023. The way he throws down the field, the way he throws with leverage into one-on-one coverage is it's just really nice to watch. He has probably the strongest arm in this class.
Mm-hmm.
But of all the quarterbacks, he was one of the worst under pressure this season. He wasn't under pressure a ton because he had a good offensive line. And then also not the most creative out of the pocket. Due to some of his injuries, he doesn't take really many risks outside of the pocket in terms of scrambling. And we saw that a lot against Texas, that he did have that ability. But against Michigan, we didn't really see it that much. But Michigan's defense was so disciplined in their gaps that it was hard to kind of get that it was hard to get there. So
sorry, I'm looking at this trade. Get this trade. So Minnesota, if this is correct, this is from Adam Schefter, traded the 17th pick. Jaguars got the 23rd pick, a 2024 5th-round pick, 2025 3rd-round pick, and a 2025 4th-round pick. So now the Vikings, once again, don't have any day 2 picks in next year's draft. And then they don't have their 4th round. So they'll have their 1st-round pick, and then they'll pick 100 picks later. I want to bet the Vikings trade back out of the 1st round.
Oh, you mean next year? Well, they don't have. That was their 2nd 1st-round pick this year.
No, sorry. Next year, yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Holy cow!
But yeah, so that kind of wraps up Michael Penix. Who was just taken 17th?
Dallas Turner.
Dallas Turner. So when they let Daniil Hunter go, and then they went and looked, they went out and got who was the nose tackle that they got?
Andrew Van Ginkel.
Andrew Van Ginkel.
Edge rusher. Yeah. And then they got Jonathan Grenard from
Jonathan Grenard. Yeah. Both those guys are these outside linebacker types, and they got, I think, a big defensive tackle whose name is escaping me at the moment. But you're going to have a traditional nose tackle is going to line up over the center. You'll have somebody in line up over the guards. Then you'll have these outside linebackers that are going to be these tremendous pass rushers in Andrew Van Ginkel, Dallas Turner, and Jonathan Grenard, who Jonathan Grenard had like 13 sacks last year. And so I think Dallas Turner can come in and do the same thing there as well. Yeah. So Steelers should have taken Penix because they need a good third-string quarterback. Well, then if they drafted Penix, they'd have 3 quarterbacks that are all going to be competing for a spot. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. They didn't extend, or they didn't pick up Justin Fields' 5th-year option. And so they have 2 quarterbacks that are on very cheap 1-year deals. So I don't know if adding a 3rd quarterback to that mix is going to be what they want to do. So I do think the Steelers probably should maybe invest in like a left tackle, although they've said in multiple reports that they are happy with their left tackle. I know they got Broderick Jones last year, but he primarily played at that right tackle spot. So I think the Steelers might be Jackson Powers Johnson at the center, or maybe if their favorite corner falls to them, that's probably where the direction they will go.
So that's probably going to be the route that they go. Sorry, I'm looking at this here. I'm looking at all the Vikings leftover picks. So Vikings now have 1 pick in the next 160 picks here. They're picking at 108, then they pick again at 177. They traded away their second 4th-round pick. So second of their 4th-round picks, and they traded away both of their 5th-round picks already tonight. So they're putting all their eggs in one basket there.
Yeah.
Which, I figured that they would have gotten – I mean, they got Dallas Turner, and they still didn't get their quarterback, J.J. McCarthy. Like, if you're looking at kind of what their overall needs would have been, like, I would have put that there.
Get a solid edge. They have Andrew Booth Jr., who they drafted two drafts ago, going into his 3rd year. He struggled with injuries and things. So, I mean, so far they're probably winning. Well, no, the Chicago Bears are winning the draft so far, but they only have 2 other picks throughout the entire process. Yeah. So,
that'll be easy because that's one of the things too when we do all of our draft reviews. Be sure to tune in for all those. Colts fans, Steelers fans, and Browns fans alike. But it's going to be interesting because it's like I'm going to grade obviously the Bears very high, but then are they going to be the best draft? Only just because
they only have 4 picks.
I have 4 picks, but then you got top quarterback, you got one of the top receivers. Then we'll have to see what they do with the next 2 picks. Like it'll be up there. It's already probably in A. But then I think you also have to factor, though, they use draft picks to go get Keenan Allen. They use draft picks to go and get, what do they utilize those other draft picks for? Like, I forget what it was. They trade for Tremaine Edwards or TJ Edwards, or do they sign them? Oh, Montez Sweat.
They signed them. They traded for Montez Sweat. Yeah.
They trade for Montez Sweat, worth the 2nd-round pick, in my opinion. You know what I mean? So you almost count that as like for that. So I like to try and factor in all of those instances. And man, it's like you look at all the players they got for the draft picks, like kind of crushing it there. So it's going to be interesting to see after Saturday afternoon how everything needs to how it pans out for everybody. So Damon, that is all the Steelers need is another QB. And so some might say y'all do need a QB, just like the Colts fans. So Colts fans are a little bit bitter that they didn't get that they didn't make it to the playoffs to get blown out. So like the Steelers did. So I got both of y'all there.
Burn.
So
but I will say they're showing Caitlin Clark highlights right now. Indiana Fever. I mean,
that'll be fun to watch.
Yeah, it'll be
before
fun to
that
watch.
with our Indiana roots, watching some summer basketball here as hopefully the Pacers can play for as long as possible. That'll be fun to watch here. Predators also too. They're playing tomorrow night. They split the series 1-1. Go Preds. Lived in Nashville there for those couple of years. They're just fun. I still don't know how to skate, but I like watching hockey. But Bengals pick is in on my end. So I think they're just waiting for the NFL and for all the ESPN stuff. Well,
I think Troy Fatano is probably my guess here. I haven't gotten a ESPN ping yet, but just based on
I say Fatanu, Graham Barton, I think could be your choice here. Be interesting to see maybe they go
Brian Thomas
go receiver. Yeah,
because apparently T. Higgins and Trey Hendrickson have requested that the team trade them.
Yeah, but that's also a lot of contract moves as well.
Yeah.
So
and that's also like they requested a trade. T. Higgins requested a trade early in the offseason, and then reports came out that he's just expecting to play for the Bengals.
Oh, yeah.
Like this season going forward.
Well, that's almost part of that process. Like you're just in a negotiation being like, we want this much money. Like, no, we'll give you this much money. Like, okay, well, I don't want to be here anymore.
Yeah.
It's how many times have we seen that happen where they request a trade and then like,
they end up
working things out. Yeah. Lamar Jackson worked out for them in the end.
All right. Looks like the pick is in.
With the 18th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Amarius Mims. Tackle
Wow.
Georgia.
Okay.
That's another name. So I mentioned that earlier about he could be working his way up.
I think you look at him and Trent Brown next to each other, and they have the two biggest offensive tackles in the NFL. And I was not an Amarius Mims guy. I am a firm believer that the best ability is availability, and then I think everything kind of falls into place from there. And Amarius Mims only played 8 games in 2 seasons at Georgia. He struggled a lot with injuries. Is he this freak athlete? Yes. But I think even when you go watch him on tape, he's not really refined in terms of pass blocking or anything.
God, he is huge. Look at his forearm
as
big as that lady.
I told this story when we I feel like every time we did the mock draft, but when I was at the Georgia Tech game and Amarius Mims, like you could tell Amarius Mims like and where he was on the opposite side of the field.
Yeah.
So
well, what's funny about that is like 6'7", 340, and it's like
it's all muscle.
Not that much fat there.
Oh no, it's all muscle.
Yeah. Holy cow. But I think you draft him at 18 overall, coming in similar, I think, to Olu. You've got Orlando Brown Jr. There's your left tackle. He's set. And then, as you mentioned, you have Trent Brown there, so you have that time to kind of go and develop him. Broderick Jones, you probably make an argument that he was the better of the tackles, but not he was better of the tackles just during their time in college. But he took a little bit of time. He played a lot this year for Pittsburgh. And so then now you have Merritt probably going that similar route. Just take that, keep developing him, staying healthy. But you see those traits there, and you're like, holy cow! Like the guy is absolutely ginormous.
Yeah. No, and that's like the ceiling is top tackle in the NFL. But
yeah,
what are you laughing at?
Oh no! Just I love it when our people who are the community that follow the Tracy Take, when they're like, hey, they should go and get together, and kind of watch the Tracy Take live together, just as Chris did here, want to get kind of our whole little fan club together, have a drink while watching us analyze the first round of the 2024 NFL Draft. So sitting here, been a fun draft class so far. Yeah, really, honestly, I know we keep bringing it up, but it's like outside of the Michael Penix pick, and I don't know, I'm saying that I know we talked about that a bunch. I'll be thinking about that a lot, but not super surprised with a lot of picks. Like kind of we talked about maybe in our opinion a little earlier for Leia Talatu. In our opinion, maybe a little bit earlier for Amarius Mims. In our opinion, maybe a little early for Michael Penix Jr. So I'll keep making that dumb joke. But a lot of these guys, we talk about just how good these players are in general. It's where are they going to rank on their boards? Where are they going to rank on these systems that they run? Like, for example, like Minnesota going up against Dallas Turner, like that's going to be more of the system that they're going to want to do. So curious to now to see with Los Angeles Rams here. All the corners are still on the board. If they want to address the corner position, I think that this would be a great spot for them to go and get. But if they want to go, if they still would want to go and address offensive line, a guy like Graham Barton or George Fatanu, probably not. They've invested a lot in the offensive line. I think that they're going to be set there for not set, but maybe probably go a different direction here. Rams, they got Tre'Davious White and a couple other corners as well that are good but older and have a little bit of an injury history. Wouldn't be surprised here if they go corner here with the top one still left on the board.
Yeah, and that's, I think you look at what did I can't see what Dad put in the comments, but
face, turquoise, drink.
Okay.
Oh, he put a meme in there.
Oh, okay.
I think.
It looks like somebody's getting teabagged actually. On my screen, it's very small. But anyways, that's probably not family appropriate for the show. But
I know. Why would you put that emoji in there, Dad?
I know. Yeah.
Kids could be watching it. Tens of kids could be watching this right now.
But yeah, and that's probably the Rams pick is in. Maybe they go Jared Verse so that you get the third edge rusher, but I do think potentially getting that starting corner, especially with Ahkello Witherspoon leaving in free agency, getting that starting corner would probably be the direction I would go in here.
Yeah. It'll be interesting. I mean, I know we talked, but Jersey Newton still on the board. If they want to try and replace Aaron Donald, probably not their biggest need. I would have gone more with Byron Murphy. You could. I'm trying to think. Corner just makes too much sense here. But that also being said, I've been wrong a lot. So
like the Falcons pick.
Yeah. I like how he said. The only thing I wouldn't like would be quarterback. Quarterback, I would be upset.
Yeah. Well, the only reason you said that was because they started showing Michael Penix Jr. a lot.
They started showing J.J. McCarthy, started showing Michael Penix. And I'm like, I don't think that they, come on. I know my team. They're not going to do that. Not going to do that at all. And then, of course, they did. So,
yeah.
Sitting here now.
Sorry, I had to have a mid-game, mid-draft.
No, I think after this pick, I think I'm going to go down and get some water as well. So, but anyways, to finish my point, what I was saying there, nothing too crazy has happened. I mean, which just goes to show how great this draft class is in general. Amarius Mims, I think our last couple of mock drafts, I don't think we've had Amarius Mims. If it's been the first round, it's been late first round.
Oh, yeah.
It's nothing against the player, but
I think the Rams pick is up. Sorry, not to cut you off, but
with the 19th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Jared Verse, defensive end, Florida State.
So good pick. That's what I said right before. Got the last of the top three edge rushers.
That's good.
He has a lot more power than the other two, in my opinion, but he's probably the least refined of anybody. So I like that pick there. I will say, Rams fans, you guys hit this one on the head, unlike your division counterpart in the Arizona Cardinals, who had no idea what was actually going to happen with the fourth pick. But we did mock Byron Murphy there in a couple of 7-round mock drafts, and in a 3-round and a 7-round mock draft. And everybody said they don't need defensive tackle; they actually need an edge rusher. And so they went out and got an edge rusher here at pick 19. Jared Verse, very physical guy. Like I said, plays with a lot of power, has a really solid bull rush, needs to develop, I think, a second and third pass rush move, but just a really solid player.
Yeah. Showing his highlights here, man. And just like, he's just, if you can go and get a little bit of that development, and it's kind of what you're talking about. And honestly, too, if a team that's drafted, that can draft and develop guys, I mean, Los Angeles Rams, like that Sean McVay-led organization. I mean, you go look at their draft class last year and how they didn't have a first-round pick and they just hit that draft class out of the park. So I think he's going to a good spot here, really improving that defense overall. This is going to be a very defensive-heavy draft, I imagine, for the Los Angeles Rams. They'll get a quarterback here eventually in this draft. They did have Jimmy G sign his backup, Stetson Bennett. Maybe he'll come back. We'll have to kind of wait and see. Hope he's doing well. But in general, though, yeah, I like this pick as well. I I feel like with a lot of these teams, it's going to be picking here in the 20s. Not too many picks I would be too upset with. Just very solid players. First round graded talent, just for probably the next 10 to 15 picks. And so, but Steelers now sitting here. I'm thinking offensive line personally. What's going to be interesting here is a lot more offensive linemen have come off the board, I think, than we initially had expected. We probably would have thought a lot more defensive guys would come off the board. This is now where we've talked a lot about with Steelers potentially going cornerback as well. And with how many offensive linemen have come off the board, JPJ is still on the board, so if they want to go center, I'll say that before I say this. But they have all the secondary in the world that they want to take off the board. If they really like those guys, I think that's maybe could be an area that they could want to improve on a little bit. I know they got Joey Porter Jr. last year, but when I'm sitting here though with the 20th pick, how many other offensive linemen are? I mean, you got Graham Barton, you got Troy Fatanu, you got JPJ, you got Zach Frazier, and the offensive lineman. I mean, Tyler Guyton potentially if they want to go him. Everybody else, I'm thinking, would probably be more of a second-round pick. Kingsley Suamatia, he's a second round in my opinion. Oh, your sound went off. Are you on mute? Yeah.
Sorry, I was finishing my snack.
Jordan, we all appreciate it.
Jordan Morgan is still there as well. I don't know if you mentioned him or not.
No, didn't mention him. Hey, while you're going through the list of names, I'm going to go get some water. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. I mean, other than that, there's really only a few other guys that are going to be drafted. I mean, even there's a pretty big drop off there for offensive linemen in the in this draft here after the first round. So with Tyler gone, we are going to take our second break of the night and put on a minute long timer. All right, welcome back.
I forgot. Mom and Dad left me a little racetrack snack downstairs. They either left it or they forgot it, and I'm going to go eat it. Actually, I'll be right back.
Are you kidding me? You just got back. All right. Well, Tyler left again, but I'm not putting this on hold again. So The Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock. They are getting ready to announce the pick. They just got back from a commercial break. So, Damon, if you're still with us, leave a comment down below on who you want them to take here. My guess is it's going to be interior offensive linemen, probably where they need the most help. I could also see secondary. They do have a lot of corners still left on the board, so they could have their pick of the litter here. So it looks like they're going in to make the pick.
2 young men will embark on their NFL careers.
Oh, they're doing some promo stuff before they announce the pick. So, all right, what is your racetrack snack?
All natural, gluten free, whole grain. I think granola bar. So,
Honey bun.
yeah, vanilla flavor too.
Nationwide, recognize.
All right, the Pittsburgh Steelers are about to announce their pick. So they're currently honoring the Walter Payton Man of the Year. Actually, who won that this year?
Well, I'll tell you in a second.
First of all, I want to say thank you, Commissioner.
Cam Hayward, that's right.
And most importantly,
Yeah.
I want to say thank you to the Payton family, the NFL, and nationwide. The NFL Draft is special. NFL players and prospects joining the league this week. I want to challenge you. Use your platform to brighten someone's day. The opportunity before you is a gift.
Okay. Dad said Terran Arnold would be a steal here, or A.D. Mitchell. I agree. I like A.D. Mitchell here as a better fit over Brian Thomas Jr. because I think there's a lot of overlap with
Yeah, I can agree with that.
George Pickens already. I like the Terran Arnold fit, though.
NFL Draft. The Pittsburgh Steelers select Troy Fautanu, tackle, Washington.
Okay. That's also a good pick. They needed help on the offensive line. He really can play all 5 spots.
So yeah,
I'm
you get your center.
I'm really
your
intrigued.
guard.
No corners have come off the board yet. So
Well, I think too. Well, I'll mention that here in a second, but yeah, Trevor Town coming off the board here. He was the one you like to mention your arm length thing.
yeah, the threshold for the NFL is 33 inches. There are no tackles in the NFL that have less than 33-inch arms. That was one of the big questions with Troy Fautanu coming into this draft. But
You know,
he
come
give
to
him
think
like
about it,
34.5-inch arms.
so
So,
come to think about it, did they not? I guess was there never any point like where Washington would measure that and then let that information?
well, also it's standardized at the combine, so they measure it the same way every single year for all the players.
Or like Guinness Book of World Records, something like that. They have like an official there.
Yeah, sure. And in college, like you see this all the time, guys will come in and be taller and lighter or shorter and heavier than what they really
Actually
were in college.
Yeah,
So, but that's the whole point of measuring at the combine is just to get these measurements. So,
did that freshman 15. But yeah, but with Troy Fautanu though, I like this. If for a team that just needs better offensive line play in general, and you're gonna have that versatility overall, because even too, you have Najee Harris, and Jaylen Warren in the backfield. I have both those guys. But Najee Harris, when I read that correctly, like the first Pittsburgh running back to have 3 seasons of 100-yard rushing in a row or something like that, or his first 3 seasons with the team.
I think that's probably
it. But you increase, just get better offensive line play as a whole, protect Russell Wilson or Justin Fields, whoever that will be back there. Then I think you can go and see just the way the Pittsburgh Steelers play football. Mike Tomlin's always going to have them in a position to succeed. It seems like every single year has not had a losing season at all. So I think they just keep improving that offensive line. Offense can become a little bit more consistent. And then Arthur Smith's going to be there as their new offensive coordinator. So I'm curious how that's going to end up working out for them. So it's only just calling plays and not running the team.
Yeah, but Troy Fautanu, one of the most athletic guys in this offensive lineman class, and I really like the versatility that he brings because he really can fill in anywhere. They need his strength and power on the board or on that offensive line. So,
yeah. I agree. So, gonna need the NFL to hurry up these commercials here. Holy cow! I mean, it's what did a 3-minute commercial break. I was able to go get water, come back upstairs, actually check to make sure all the windows were closed. Realized I forgot my snack. Went back downstairs and brought it back up just to watch Cam Hayward give a 60-second speech.
Yeah.
Oh.
Apparently, Bill Belichick was critical of the Patriots picks.
Oh, of his pick?
Of the Patriots pick.
Would he have taken Michael Penix?
No, he probably would have traded down. That's what he was famous for. Hold on, I'm gonna look.
Oh, are you pulling up a sound thing?
No, sorry. Bill Belichick's analysis of Drake May. And basically he just said he doesn't have a lot of experience and whatnot, which we already knew. But
Drake May doesn't have a lot of experience.
Yeah. I mean, he was a 2-year starter, but he'll be 22 in August.
Yeah, but his stats were better than Sam Howell's, right?
Last year.
Not like that's saying much, but
I mean, Sam Howell was supposed to be a top flight quarterback prospect. So
yeah.
I mean, all in all, I mean, I'm happy with the pick. Bill can be mad about it all he wants, but
yeah, enjoy retirement.
Well, I don't think he's done. I think we'll see him come in and.
Well, so we were talking about that when the Falcons were looking at quarterbacks. And I'm thinking it's kind of almost
coaches.
like, yeah, but and quarterbacks. But it's kind of like you don't want to have to go be searching for a head coach. You know, like a team can go and like the Jets can go and take a risk on Aaron Rodgers because we'll have him for a couple of years, but we go get a young quarterback, develop him, and everything like that.
Yeah.
But you get a whole coach, and then he brings in this philosophy. He goes and drafts his team, but then it's like in 3-4 years he's going to retire or die. Like I mean that like not trying to be funny, but like he's 74 years old.
Yeah, he's early 70s.
Yeah, so like he's getting close to the average life expectancy of a man.
Yeah,
he's
a little healthier than the average person, though.
Fair, no, but still though, and then you have that in the back of your mind, be like, okay, we bring this guy in to input his philosophy. In theory, a lot of times, like guys get a couple years, to get their team going. And Arthur Smith had 3 years, and so. So at that point, then, so he'll be 76, 77.
I think you look at situations like Philly, people were already calling for Nick Sirianni's head. That team, to me, really just needed a coach like Bill. Granted, that's the only one that I can think of right now that would really be in that situation. But I think maybe if Andy Reid retires, Bill could be a guy that could come in. And, I mean, that would be disgusting with that defense that they have. And then you give them the greatest quarterback of this generation. So
yeah. No, I'm right there with you on that.
So I think there's other situations where he could find some success. So
it's not that I don't think he could be successful. It's what team would want to then
uproot their entire. The Dolphins are picking.
Okay.
With the 21st pick in the 2024 NFL
This is going to be corner.
The
Probably.
Miami Dolphins select Chop Robinson.
Wow.
Linebacker, Penn State.
As I said, he can play corner.
He is really athletic. I don't like that pick. Well, let me walk that back.
Yeah.
He's a great athlete.
Yeah.
I understand why they did it. Jalen Phillips, Bradley Chubb, both those guys are coming off season-ending injuries that happened late in the year. I don't love Chop Robinson here because he He's very raw. He had a very little production against top-end talent. And so, I don't know, just not my favorite pick so far. And I like, as a Patriots fan, I could eat my words in the division, but
he does fit their build, though. He fits
Yeah.
their mold of what that they're trying to do. Very quick off the edge. He has that speed, that explosiveness, and honestly, that's that whole identity of that Mike McDaniel's team. It's just absolutely just explosion. And even here too, that's a pretty good bull rush actually right there against the Iowa Hawkeye center.
Well, no, he is. It's just like when you go look at his, and granted, it's Olufashanu, but like, or not Olufashanu. They played or Ohio State, Michigan. He didn't do so great against the top tackles. And all of his production came against lower level schools, not top tier Big Ten schools.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Again,
I get the pick though.
Yeah, I do too.
Once again, just like a lot of these picks, where
it's now my second least favorite pick of the night.
Sorry. No, that's okay. That's okay. I might have to walk off on that one. I need to go wash my hands.
Yeah.
But no, you are correct in that. What's funny about that? What I would debate you with is what would be in contention for the other second worst pick. Not what the worst pick is, but let's go through all the other picks outside of the worst pick.
I don't want to say Laiatu Latu because I do like that fit.
I almost would say Brock Bowers, but that's where it's weird.
Brock Bowers didn't make a lot of sense to me.
But he's such a great
spot, just not
such a great player. Great player. I'll be right back.
Right.
Sorry.
All right. So we are about 2/3 of the way through this draft. So if you are watching, please go ahead and leave a comment down below. We love interacting with people watching our channel. Tyler went to go wash his hands. So who are the top players on the board? Go. Quinion Mitchell. There's a lot of these corners that haven't started to go off the board yet. You have Quinion Mitchell, Terrion Arnold, Cooper DeJean, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Nate Wiggins is still there. We still have that second wave of wide receivers in Xavier Mitchell. Xavier Legette is really in that category. Brian Thomas Jr. is still there. So it's going to be interesting. I'm just going through the top prospects. All 5 of those corners are still on the board. You still have the 3 receivers. You have Brian Thomas Jr., A.D. Mitchell, Xavier Legette, right? So it's very interesting. Xavier Worthy's still there. You still have Tyler Guyton. I like I like this board so far for a lot of the teams that are still remaining. So Philadelphia is down under a minute to go. I would have to imagine they would like one of these corners here at the pick just came in for Philadelphia. I have to imagine they would like one of these corners.
The way the board's panned out, you do have JPJ that's still in there. If you'd want to try and replace Jason Kelsey as a center, corner makes sense. Some of the top edge rushers. I think receiver is also another sneaky option as well. Just with because really that's right now. You got
AJ they Brown, just extended Devontae Smith. They just extended AJ Brown. I don't know if that's the.
Well, but you would have them though. But then if you get a receiver here, then you'd have your receiving trio then for the next 4 years.
Yeah, but you also have to think
3 years
cap space wise. You're going to be paying this guy about $4 to $8 million in that range. That's a lot of money tied up in your receiving room.
But the way you can finagle the cap space around, like if they had cap space with AJ Brown, they can move it into this year. And they can have none for AJ Brown's contract in this last year. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It all depends on how it's structured. The cap space thing, that's like calculus. Nobody gets it. And so, but here with I'm just talking about. It probably won't go receiver. I agree with you. I would probably go cornerback here. I can maybe see. I don't really know. They can maybe go interior offensive alignment, but I don't really like that move at all unless they go specifically center and keep Cam Jurgens at guard. I'm not entirely sure. Then the biggest thing to me, they really struggle in the safety spot. But I don't think that they would go with Tyler Nubin here from Minnesota. I think that they would go with some of the other secondary guys and figure it out, try to move them around. If they're going to go with a secondary guy that could play safety, I think Kool-Aid or Cooper DeJean, I think would be some of the guys. I think that would probably be the ones that would probably be best fit to transition over, probably just because there's maybe a little bit more question marks on them transitioning to or like being a sure corner in the NFL.
All right, here is the pick, I believe.
So somebody from a smaller school that did it the right way. And oh, by the way, he's the faster corner right now. Yeah, you think about the true corners. If you look at Cooper DeJean as a safety, he's at 14 on my big board. Quinion Mitchell's at 20. Terry Arnold's at 21. Nate Wiggins at 25. Let's see which one they decided to take. Here's the commissioner.
Yeah, they were talking even on the broadcast about what corner they should take.
This past year, we played games.
Now they're going to Brazil.
In London and
Yeah.
Germany.
All right. I just don't want to. You got me worried about copyright stuff right before this.
Nobody's watching this anyways. How many viewers do we have now?
We have 3 currently. We had 37 total.
Hey, I'm not bad.
International Player Pathway Program.
No, geez, Louise. See, so this is what I'm talking about. So it's like, I think they did this draft. I bet they meet from 3 to 6, and then they'll just all the guys just hang out, watch the festivities. I bet they're probably watching NBA playoffs, or they're all getting together and watching Bluey or something.
Jordan.
Yeah. Well,
Bluey's a great show, though. Bluey is great. I love Bluey. That is phenomenal. Said that on record.
Oscar, how good is this? Thank you, Uncle Roger. Good evening to those of you from the beautiful land down under. With the 22nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Quinion Mitchell.
Yeah. They needed it. I mean, I
forgot which. I think it was Deebo Samuel, but there was a video of him talking about like the Eagles corners, and he's like Darius Slay, he's good. And I'm like, what about James Bradbury? He's like just trash.
Yeah,
just really bad. And so I think you're getting this outside corner here. I think it's going to help us. Maybe Bradbury can kick inside and then play more nickel, or maybe they can move him to safety and help out. It can be more of that strong safety. But just secondary wise, though, that was the biggest thing last year, was just their inability to cover these guys. And part of it too, to your point though, is that defensive line had an absolute legendary 2022 season, so there was going to be some natural regression, so they just couldn't get the guys. But I also think that too as well, all of their just all the breaks they were getting that 2022 season, they just were not getting in 2023, and I think that got to the team, and then it just affected their play overall. And then when it got into the dog days of the season, November, December, that secondary just couldn't keep up with these offenses. I feel like. So I think you go with a guy like Quinion Mitchell, who has risen to the top of, and clearly, obviously, was the number 1 corner. In this year's draft.
Yeah, I mean, he had risen to a lot of people's top draft boards. A lot of people had him going to the Colts at 15, Jaguars at 17. The Jaguars traded back. So, he's a great talent. I talked a lot about his mentality that I really like. He is the alpha corner that you want.
Yeah.
When he was at the Senior Bowl, multiple times he called out the guys on the other side of the football and was like, "You and me 1-on-1 right now." And 1-on-1s are severely non-favorable to the corners. So they're showing Senior Bowl highlights now on my screen, but he's just in these guys' pockets all the time. And he's so hard to get separation from. He has the speed to catch up if he does get behind, but he plays with really good anticipation. I really like this pick here for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, no, it's just a good pick in general. I know we've been kind of mocking around to see where else like what other positions that they could go get. But just in general, man, running a 4.3, 340 as well. I just think he's just going to be a good fit. I think he's going to also really fit that identity, kind of what you're talking about.
He's that
in
alpha
Philadelphia.
outside corner. He can go learn from Darius Slay, who at one point was that. But yeah, that's really good value here at 22, I believe.
Yeah.
22, 23.
So I will say, sitting here at Jacksonville, you think that there could be kind of a run of corners here?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you just look at the best player available. We're running out of offensive players to take at this point. So you have Graham Barton, Brian Thomas Jr., A.D. Mitchell, right, Tyler Guyton. But you have Quinion Mitchell, Terrion Arnold, Cooper DeJean, Jerson Newton, Nate Wiggins,
Kool-Aid McKinstry, Tyler Newbin. There's a couple other guys too.
And they're all in the secondary. So Braden Fisk is another guy that could potentially go here as well.
Maybe we could see a linebacker come off the board.
Yeah, Peyton Wilson.
Yeah.
Right. So.
And the Jags pick. I'll be coming up here in a second.
Yeah. So, I mean, all in all, they're really, maybe I'm just talking myself into the Michael Penix Jr. pick a little bit. Maybe I'm also just having to play devil's advocate a little as well. But there really have not been any picks that I really disagree with. Also,
let's put it this way: there's only been one head scratcher. I can just Chop Robinson going to Miami. I can 100% justify. I can understand why they could go that. Maybe not my personal pick, but that there hasn't been any head scratcher except for one.
It does. Jacksonville may be making this pick, or they're going to commercial again.
Jeez Louise, I hope they don't go there. It's been one pick. It's already
almost 11.
I know.
We got to 15 so fast. They're not going to commercial, but they're not.
I know. That's what, yeah. I'm telling you, man, they're done with all this. It's all just TV time for the ads. Let's go see what.
I wouldn't doubt it, but.
Let me go look at what's. So let's go look at Twitter here. Atlanta Falcons showed we got a southpaw. Welcome to ATL. Picture of Michael Penix. Me thinking the Falcons were finally going to draft an edge rusher. The guy put on a McDonald's clown suit.
All right, here is the Jacksonville Jaguars pick. I think it's either a corner or Brian Thomas Jr. I think.
I can see Brian Thomas Jr. That'd be opposite of what they have here.
Well, they do have Gabe Davis, but they have been linked together.
Yeah.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Brian Thomas Jr.
Good call.
They lost out on Calvin Ridley in free agency. I say lost out loosely because it didn't sound like they really wanted him to come back. But going again,
they would have had to sacrifice a lot, and so I can get it. But I like this pick. Once again, I think with Jacksonville, it's not too many picks that I would have disagreed with. I can understand why they go receiver here. I think they can get corner later on. Obviously, corners are falling here, and I think it was worth it to trade back. You still go get Brian Thomas Jr. If Quinion Mitchell was your only corner that you would want to take in the first round here, and you sacrifice that, but you go get Brian Thomas Jr. And I think what's going to be interesting here too is how Christian Kirk plays, and then kind of his role of what Brian Thomas Jr.'s role in relationship was with Malik Neighbors, how well they work together. I think that it would be a great combination because Christian Kirk was on the field, this Jags offense was.
Well, he was the gasoline that made that engine run. In Jacksonville. So
and when Calvin Ridley was having most of his success, it was when Christian Kirk was on the field. So there was that dual threat capabilities here. So I like them going after Brian Thomas Jr. You still go get Gabe Davis, and you didn't spend too much for him. I think it was just 3 years for like $30 million. So, and not all that's guaranteed. So if they cut Gabe Davis or move on from Gabe Davis after a little bit of time, I think then that would be then a good investment, at least for him to go and learn, because I think Brian Thomas Jr. is going to have that deep threat capability and really open the field up for Evan Ingram, for Christian Kirk, for Zay Jones, and Travis Etienne underneath.
Yeah, and they got some big receivers down there. Zay Jones isn't small. Gabe Davis is a big outside guy now. Brian Thomas Jr., another big outside guy. So I like that fit there as well. The Cowboys are on the clock. Looking at the best available on ESPN. Good group of corners. Graham Barton, Jackson Powers Johnson are still there. Got to think with the loss of Tyler Biotish, they got to be looking at that offensive interior. I mean, there are some other receiving options that are on the board. One of the reasons why I struggle with taking receivers at this point now, so you have A.D. Mitchell that's still on the board, Xavier Legette. To me, at this point, you're really struggling and splitting hairs in terms of skill set to these later guys. Like A.D. Mitchell, Keon Coleman are similar. I think A.D. Mitchell is definitely better. But there's a lot of big athletic receivers in this class. And so I wonder if that was part of the reason why we've seen some of these guys fall.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's one of the things we talked about as well is you just go look at the offensive skill position players. It's the generational talent. So I can see why some of these defensive guys would have fallen. And to be honest, though, too, for teams that went offense early on, you're going to go get what we graded as barely professional YouTube influencers graded as first-round talent. A lot of them could be right there in the beginning of the second round if you'd want to go move around and go and get the guy that you want. And I think we're about to see these corners come off the board here because Dallas still got a couple minutes left there. Packers, they're going corner. The way that this is falling out, I think a guy like Cooper DeJean, would fit well. I think Nate Wiggins, would also be.
Or Kool-Aid would fit well as well.
Kool-Aid would fit well also. Tampa, Arizona Cardinals are picking again. I can see them going corner. Also, just with the way that the board's panned out, I can also see them going receiver again. And so, just with the way the board's also panned out. Actually, I think Jared Newt would be a really good one for them. So we'll have to kind of wait and see. We'll see here in Dallas, though. Very curious with where Dallas goes from here. Moved on from Dan Quinn. Not moved on. Dan Quinn moved on from them. So he's head coach of the Commanders now. So wonder there might be a focus on the defensive side of the ball, but they need a number 2 receiver still. Go and get. So I would personally rather go and see them maybe get a guy. Well, Ladd McConkey might be a little bit too similar. I think CeeDee Lamb's has traits of everybody. And so he's just one of the best receivers in the league. I still can't believe how quiet of a season, like a almost record-breaking season he had.
It was because he was the only receiver doing anything out there.
Yeah.
But it was like top 10 in most yards in an NFL season by a receiver. And that to me, I think he's just like he was really good last year, but because he was the only one doing anything, nobody else really noticed.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
All right. The Dallas Cowboys time is ticking down. They are approaching the 1 minute left mark. So curious to see what happens here with their pick. So I'm leaning offensive line. Tyler Guyton's on the board, a really athletic tackle there. Jackson Powers Johnson, Graham Barton, both of those guys are athletic interior offensive linemen there as well. So
it's coming down close.
Yeah, they're at approaching 30 seconds left. So NFL's really milking this commercial time.
Oh my gosh, I know it's 11 o'clock already.
Yeah,
we still got
I think we'll power through these last.
Oh yeah, we still got a quarter of these picks left.
Yeah,
no, a third of these.
There now, the pick just came in for the Dallas Cowboys. I'm assuming they'll announce it relatively soon. So
new college football playoff brackets. I'm looking forward to college football playoffs. I think this is going to be a lot of fun.
Oh yeah,
have the 12 games there, or the 12 team playoff, which is the more right way. What was so frustrating because everybody talked about when the college football playoffs came out, it was just 4 teams, and be like, oh, like there's going to be no more debate. Like there might have been even more debate, I think, to the top 2 teams.
Ooh, Sorry, Dallas traded the pick to the Detroit Lions.
That's why they took their time.
Yeah.
Now this.
Now the pick is in. All right, so this could be interesting because now I don't know. Maybe they go like Jackson Powers Johnson or Graham Barton and get a guy that can kick into the interior. But I don't know why you trade up for that.
No, you want to do that. Maybe go get corner if there's a corner that you like.
Yeah, they do need some secondary help. You could see Kool-Aid or Cooper DeJean, a very versatile.
I can see Kool-Aid. Detroit's received the 24th pick, and then we'll figure that out. And then Dallas receives the 29th pick. I guess that makes sense then too why they took so long because they were. I guess the Detroit crowd had to get a little crazy.
Yeah,
That lady's having a good time. All
right.
Oh, okay.
I think they're going up now. They're approaching the camera like they are. Nope.
So Detroit here, if you're thinking realistically, the corner is going to be the one I think that they're going to go with. They maybe if they really like Jordan Newton and they want to get increase the defensive line edge rushers. Chop Robinson was the only edge rusher that I would have thought here could be a potential first.
Well, yeah, he was the one that was left. I don't see any edge rushers that I really like. This to me has to be a corner.
But do you trade it? I guess to make sure because if you go look at, I think
Green Bay.
I think it is going to be corner because Green Bay is probably going to go corner, so they want to go get their guy. Curious what they gave up for it. And Dallas absolutely.
They're showing Terry and Arnold. This is really interesting. I'm very curious to see what they do.
He's nodding
here.
his head and rubbing his eyes like. It looks like they're getting into an argument. Oh, I guess not.
All right, here is the pick. It's slowly coming.
Just waiting.
Oh my gosh, this is ridiculous.
This has always been like this. I feel like this is taking forever.
I know. That's taking forever.
I'm getting older. I'm a father, but it's like, man, my patience is thin.
Oh my gosh! Now they're doing a charity announcement
Jeez
thing.
Louise.
This has been really, really long. But I felt like we flew through the teens, and then like they have just
the 20s. Normally, I would have thought this would have been
the quick.
All this stuff would be going on early on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where can I find the trade? Detroit Lions Twitter.
Please welcome Ellie Fagley.
The Dallas Cowboys have traded the 24th pick to the Detroit Lions. With the 24th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Terry and Arnold, defensive back, Alabama.
It had to be a corner there. But
and then with to your point with Green Bay picking next.
Yeah,
so Green Bay,
they wanted to jump Green Bay and get the guy that they wanted. I still think Kool-Aid could be the next pick, just because I think Kool-Aid has an easier transition into a free safety, just with how well he plays in zone coverage.
Yeah.
But again, we've been wrong before.
We have been wrong before. Trying to find what the trade compensation was for that. Let me look to see. So I had it on the sleeper app, but then that went away. How do I get the news?
Let's see.
I'll update this here. All right, that's okay. We'll figure that out. Terry Arnold, though, I like that pick. He's a guy. I would say he had a really good year and a really good career at Alabama, and so he's slowly been working his way up. I think at the beginning of the offseason, he was like the 5th best corner. I would say at least top 5, but I think he slowly worked his way up past Nate Wiggins, Cooper Jean, and Kool-Aid McKinstry. I think it was kind of considered between him and Quinton Mitchell to be the top 2 corners in their draft class. So, but Detroit getting their guy here now. Green Bay. I'm curious if they got wind if this was on Green Bay's board, as he was their number 1 guy, because he definitely would have gone along. But here, though, I also wonder if the Packers pick is already in. Even the Packers are like, this is getting too late.
I also think you look at that division, and Packers have good wide receivers. The Bears definitely have good wide receivers now, and the Vikings have one of the best wide receiver duos now in the NFL. So you need those corners. You want to, if you identify a guy you like, especially at this point of the draft, you go up and get him. I do want to see what they paid for that. Who they trade down with?
Dallas.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'll figure something out.
Yeah. But the Packers pick is in here. I hope that they let us know who it is soon and don't go to commercial again. But I think this is probably corner as well. I think Kool-Aid McKinstry is a good pick here. Cooper DeJean, I think, maybe has a little bit more versatility, but I think you look what they already have, and they also just signed Xavier McKinney. And I think he's more that strong safety. Kool-Aid McKinstry could be that free safety for this defense. So I like that Kool-Aid McKinstry pick as well.
Yeah. To your point, Cooper DeJean is going to be the guy that is I think you can move him all around, but probably going to be more of that strong safety, while with that free safety, it'd probably go Kool-Aid could probably more easily transition to that as well. I think both guys could still potentially play corner. Outside, have to see how they develop overall. But both are just great guys. Great players. Packers are going to love either one of them. Interesting too, though. We talk about that. Are we just going to discard Nate Wiggins? He's going to discard just Nate Wiggins.
Nate Wiggins to me is more of a true outside guy, whereas I feel like the Packers have that already in Jair Alexander and Eric Stokes. Whereas I feel like Kool-Aid McKinstry would be a little bit more versatile and potentially play in that safety spot. They could also be going Tyler Nubin. We didn't talk about him in that aspect either.
Could do that. Yeah. I think that would be interesting. What was the compensation there? NFL Draft 2024. Let's go see here. I want to go. Yeah, we'll figure that out. Yeah, we'll be up there eventually. So, but it's neat seeing all the families when their players get selected. You're like all the hard work, all the time, and everything. That's pretty neat. Then you got a photo in there. You get that at Walmart? No, I'm just kidding around. Those suits. How much do you think those suits cost? Those suits cost ridiculous.
Thousands of dollars.
Well, it's what's funny too.
But also tailor-made, like tailored.
Well, and you talk about modeling or there's like these designers like pay these models just go walking up and down runways. Same thing for these suit guys. I mean, they're modeling off these suits. Be like, hey, I'll make the suit for you, give you a couple $1 million, shout out my name for making your suit. And then they do all these neat specialty stuff. So they look sharp. So
Yeah. Oh, I do like Terry Arnold's. He was going in the crowd and high fiving people.
oh yeah,
that's kind of
Detroit. Cool. Oh yeah, it's gonna be a fun time.
So
it's gonna be good. So happy for the city of Detroit. They got a lot of good things coming their way. Hopefully.
Yeah.
So
I'm hoping
like
pick number 25 is coming our way shortly. But
oh my God, I'm like, am I getting older? Or is this ridiculous?
Yeah, I mean, it's been 10 minutes since they announced. Well, not 10, but like 6 minutes since they've announced this pick, and it doesn't look like they're getting close to announcing the next one. So,
yeah. So you're just sitting there and you're just waiting. That's what I'm telling you. So going back to my conspiracy theory is that like these NFL teams like are not going to want to sit around here and wait all day. I feel.
Well, I think this is happening in the background.
No, I know, but that's where it's like I bet they're already done with that draft. Now, one thing to go against my theory though is the fact though that it's like they get a phone call,
yeah,
from these guys.
I think the Packers pick is in.
It's coming up.
With the 25th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers and hosts for the 2025 NFL Draft select Jordan Morgan, tackle, Arizona.
I like that pick.
You don't like that pick?
No, because he's not a left tackle. He's not. He's just not a left tackle.
They do have that guy's face. Look at that.
Yeah.
I feel you, bud.
I like his tape. He's a great athlete. He just has short arms, and they don't necessarily need a guard.
They did lose John Runyon in the offseason. So they're trying to beef up that interior overall and keep that offensive line young. They do have Rasheed Walker, who was a left tackle when David Bakhtiari went down. And so
one thing I will say, that left guard spot was, I think we did actually draft Jordan Morgan for them.
It was just in the second round.
It was just in the second round. Yeah. I
also think too, though, because they're picking again here at pick 41. They have a pick here again at pick 48. So there's opportunities for them to get kind of aggressive if they want to go get that corner that we're talking about. But offensive line was going to be something that they were wanting to address just with some of the guys that they lost. I mean, losing Bakhtiari and then Runyon as well. It's just going to be a culture shift. But in general, though, Rasheed Walker. He was their 2022 7th round pick, and he's been the starting left tackle for them for a significant amount of time during his time span. There. So,
but I do think the Lions probably got wind that the Packers were very interested in Terry Arnold, so they jumped up, got Terry Arnold, and then the Packers picked Jordan Morgan as option B. That's probably the scenario that happened, in my opinion, my uninformed opinion.
So I think that if this is correct. No wonder the Cowboys trade down. Cowboys trade 24 and 7th rounder in 2025 to the Lions for 29 and the 73 overall this year.
Oh, geez.
So I guess because they had the 73rd and the 90th pick. So I guess with that, then they got two corners. They got Terry Arnold and then Carlton Davis.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that's still a hefty price to pay for
I think
guys.
So I'll wait to see. I want to confirm that, but I'm pretty sure that's what it was.
We have a couple guys or a couple viewers watching right now. Go ahead and like and subscribe and leave a comment in the chat if you have not already.
Probably falling asleep.
Yeah, honestly. The Bucks pick is in. I have to think this is probably JPJ or Graham Barton, one of the interior guys there. But all in all, still a lot of really good players left on the board. I'm very interested to see what happens here with the upcoming picks, because there's still 3 corners on the board that I think should go in the first round.
Well, if we go look at teams too as well, I mean, Bills fans might not like it, but the Bills could probably get to revamp the secondary.
Yeah.
Even though they're probably going to be wanting a corner, a receiver.
Cardinals could go corner as well.
Chiefs could go corner. Wouldn't be surprised maybe if the Panthers are trying to make some moves and maybe trade up here.
Yeah, I also think the Patriots could potentially make a move to get up and draft A.D. Mitchell if he falls.
Yeah.
Let
me make sure.
Man, we are at commercial break again.
I feel like it's been like 1 pick per commercial.
Per commercial break.
Yeah. 2025, 7th. I can see why the Lions would want to give up that much, just because.
Get in front of the Packers.
Get in front of Green Bay, yeah.
Yeah, that's still, I think they definitely overpaid, though.
Well, it's kind of, if you like the guy, I could see it. Because also, too, it'd be like maybe Green Bay. I'm almost confident Green Bay then was going to go Terry Arnold, because I would think that they need that secondary help. But they were picking a couple times before, and then they think that they're a couple times here soon within the next couple of picks. But they can get kind of aggressive with it. So far, not too much action-packed stuff. I would say it kind of has panned out overall. Not too many trades.
Yeah, I'm really curious. I mean, there's 6 picks, 7 picks left. So, curious how these last few are going to pan out. But
yeah, oh yeah, I'm going through that here. Oh my gosh,
what?
It's just the fact that we still haven't picked yet. Ugh.
Yeah, I mean, it's
6 QBs drafted in the first 12 picks, 14 straight offensive players selected. It's the longest streak at any point.
That's the longest streak at any point in a draft, not the first round.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking too in the 7th round. That's just got to be. In the 7th round, that's just got to be. Or not like in 7th round draft to get all those players in the same spot. Or on the same side of the ball, I think would be absurd.
Yeah,
just the overall odds.
Yeah,
so many different variables of teams here, but
I think that just speaks to the immense offensive talent in.
Oh yeah, it's in here in Tampa Bay. We've talked about this a lot. I think Tampa Bay could go in absolutely any direction here. I think maybe outside of quarterback.
Hey, you never know.
You never know. It's very true.
All right, here is the pick. I guess not.
Let's find out. In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Graham Barton, center Duke.
Wow. So the first center off the board is not JPJ; it is Graham Barton.
Well, Graham Barton, I think JPJ was more as a pure center. I think Graham Barton, they say center, but didn't he play left tackle?
He played left tackle and he got hurt.
Yeah, so I think he can move all around. I really like this pick though. If they're gonna obviously be playing here at center, replace Ryan Jansen.
Yeah,
makes sense. Absolutely makes sense. So now there's no Cardinals. They're on the clock here, but
looks like the pick is already in.
But I like Graham Barton though. I think then too, for a team like Tampa Bay, where he's just got a lot of really good players, I think that it's good selection there. I think he's the guy immediately comes in, fills a hole don't have to worry too much. I mean, there's going to be development, but I think he's going to be the starter there. Which for getting him here at the 26th and you get a starting center, I think that's huge. So I have to kind of go and develop here. A lot of the other different routes that they could have gone. Curious here who the Cardinals ended up selecting as they are going through. I'm trying to think of. I mean, I'm feeling defense would be the route that they'd probably go Jersey Newton, or maybe some of these top.
You got to think one of these top corners because they don't have any corner help at all.
That's what that's what I'm leaning towards as well. And they already addressed the receiver, and the way the board's panned out, it probably wouldn't double dip at receiver. If all the corners were gone and some of the other top offensive linemen, maybe I could see them mix it up a little bit and not doing that.
Oh, but here's the Cardinals pick.
With the 27th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Darius Robinson, defensive tackle, Missouri.
So the Senior Bowl standout, undersized defensive tackle, oversized defensive end, a little bit of a tweener there.
Oh, is he at the draft?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know you got Brian out there. Okay.
I didn't think he would go earlier than like middle second round. To me, he wasn't quite as good as Keon White, who the Patriots took last year in the early middle second round. But like has good physicality. He's very athletic, very, very strong. So I mean,
he's huge. Holy cow.
Yeah. And he's long and he plays with a good amount of power. So
yeah.
All in all, I like the player. I think maybe it was a little early, especially for a team that's going to be picking in like 6 picks, 7 picks. So
yeah, well, that's where I could see them making that like, let's go get this guy now. If we really like this player, a guy like him, it's going to be interesting here because we're seeing we saw the edge rusher position change and evolve and develop down these outside linebackers, but then you still need to have these beefy guys in the middle. But are still super quick. So guys, like I'm curious where a guy like Devondre Sweat might fall, just with how these types of guys are rising up the board as they're moving more and more on the interior. That makes sense because they have the bull rush capabilities to block these offensive linemen, but then they still then have the speed and just the size of these like traditional defensive ends. Like Roger Goodell, maybe it was a mistake, we call him defensive tackle. But then he's
a tweener, play both.
But that's what he's a tweener.
Yeah.
And traditional, like back 10 years ago, he would be stereotypical 4-3 edge rusher, 4-3 defensive end. And so now, how do they want to utilize him? And I think you can move him around the defensive line, and a smart guy like Jonathan Gannon, what he's done with that defense, I think there's going to find a lot of good use for him overall on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, no, for sure. But I do think Jonathan Gannon, he does want to have that like 3-4 edge rusher. And I think that is what he is, that he'll be hand in the dirt type of guy. So curious to see what happens there with him going forward. He has his tape is just okay. And he had a really good week at the Senior Bowl. And I think that's where a lot of his hype is coming from. So good for him. I'm happy for him. Maybe not the pick I would have made, but again, we're getting to the end of the first round. The lines are starting to get blurred between like true first round picks versus other guys. So I still am amazed that these 3 corners are on the board. I figured they would have gone much, much higher, but Buffalo Bills on the clock. Time is ticking down. So curious to see if this is a Dallas situation where they are potentially trading this pick. But who do you think could come off the board here? ESPN. Oh, they are trading the pick to
Carolina,
the Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh,
I wonder if this is going to be A.D. Mitchell, Xavier Legette potentially. And the Chiefs pick is in. So really curious. This is one thing I never understood. If you're the Buffalo Bills and the one team that has beat you the last few years,
I was saying the same thing. Why
would you want the Chiefs to trade up? I would say no. Like,
yeah. Well, I guess I can see it both ways. Because I thought that same thing as well. But like, if there's a player that you don't like, or if there's no players that you like, you can try and get some extra draft capital, and they're giving you an offer that you like. I could see the Chiefs trading up. Part of me, I think, too, is I could see them being getting A.D. Mitchell here, as you talked about, because Dallas traded back. Dallas needs a receiver here. Ravens need a receiver. And so another thing also, too, as well, we were talking about this all, Kansas City moving on from L'Jarius Need, potentially doing corner as well. I think trying to get younger at the corner spot and the way the board's fallen. You're going to have Nate Wiggins, Cooper DeJean, Kool-Aid McKinstry, a lot of guys I think that could be there. So if they want to try and find their replacement, I think that would be interesting. So honestly, actually, I don't really know which way the Chiefs are going here, just with the way the board has fallen.
I wonder, A.D. Mitchell's here. I wonder if they are with the Rashee Rice situation that's going on. He has 8 criminal charges, and I don't want to speculate because I haven't done enough research on
allegedly.
Allegedly. I haven't done enough research on the situation to really know, but I think A.D. Mitchell being here, Xavier Legette, they're probably targeting a pass catcher because I think this offensive line played okay last year, and they really just struggled in that wide receiver department. They had a lot of drops that affected a lot of games for them. So we do have a few other comments here. Damon says that he wants a corner for the Steelers. He said that was a decent pick. Who did the Steelers take?
They took Troy Fautanu.
Troy Fautanu. Yeah, that's a decent pick. He can play all 5 spots. Not a fan of Arthur as the offensive coordinator. I'll let you elaborate on your thoughts on Arthur Smith.
No, I just have fun.
Yeah,
it was the play call by Arthur Smith was just so. It was the same thing with Arthur Smith, and then with Desmond Ridder. It's like 85% of the plays you're looking at like, oh, they're in sync. They're like, oh man, like that's a good setup. I can kind of see what they're doing here. And then there'd just be a random play call. That, like, I remember there was the one as the game where we lost to Tampa Bay. We were on our 9-yard line, so right by our end zone. It was a shotgun snap, fake pitch to the left. Desmond Ridder just turned around, not even looking, screen pass on the other side. And it was intercepted, as you'd expect. And I just remember thinking, like, what kind of play call is that in general? It's horrible execution, I think, by Desmond Ridder, because like you're not even looking at where you're throwing. But then at the same time, too, the play call, you're on your 9-yard line, and you're telling your QB to do a blind no-look throw across the field. Another one as well, when we played Tampa in the first game, we actually ended up beating them. But we had so many red zone miscues, and some of it was on Ridder. But then some of it, then it's like we're passing the ball with 10 seconds left in the first quarter. When we you should just be trying to kill the time, get your field goal and whatnot. But Desmond Ridder ended up getting sacked and fumbled. And I thought it was just horrible play calling in general. So that's the things to me where it just didn't make sense. Like you thought that there would be this. It's like it was overcomplicated. Like his play sheet was so overcomplicated that it was just hard to follow and get into rhythm. Even like the own offense was off rhythm.
Yeah. So that's. I remember watching some of the Falcons games, and like I felt like they ran the ball decently well with him, but it just was never like congruent. Like there was never seemed like a plan from one play to the next. It always just kind of felt like he would throw out random plays here or there. So they are, I think, getting ready to show the Chiefs pick here. The big graphic that they showed was about the Chiefs wide receivers. So you have to think that the Chiefs are going to be targeting one of the wide receivers in this spot. There's a few guys, Xavier Worthy, Xavier Legette, A.D. Mitchell, that are still on the board. Keon Coleman is still there. So, yeah, the Chiefs pick is in. Let's go ahead and listen in if they show it.
Unfortunately, I wouldn't say the Bills getting Patrick Mahomes has worked out great. Well, I'm not saying it worked in their favor. You're asking me how they get the deal done, and how they get it done. Well, let's see what it is the Chiefs decide to do.
The NFL is proud to support.
They're doing another promotional thing. So, they were talking about why would you trade up? Well, let the Chiefs trade up. They're the ones that have kept you out of the Super Bowl the last few years. So,
Yeah.
it doesn't quite make sense to me, but
So this is probably the very standard, stereotypical type trade. Chiefs traded 28, 133, 248. Sorry, the Bills traded that. Buffalo, Kansas City traded 32, 95, and then 221. So essentially, like everybody just like swap it around.
yeah,
Essentially here.
make it nice and annoying for everybody to do their
yeah.
post draft videos for.
I know. What the heck, guys? What the heck?
To join me in cheering up.
The Buffalo Bills have traded the 28th pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. With the 28th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the back-to-back Super Bowl champions Kansas City Chiefs select Xavier Worthy.
Yeah. Go get another absolute speedster. My only thing with this pick, and Xavier Worthy's a little bit different because he was a true second-round pick before everything happened, or like before he ran the 4.2. But like he actually runs routes really, really well. He's just 5'11", 160 pounds. And we kind of saw.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
It just, I don't know. It wasn't.
Well, if he runs good around and he's short and shifty like that, I mean, Kansas City's had some success with undersized receivers who are really quick, I would say.
Yeah.
That 4.21 is still ridiculous. It looks so easy.
Oh yeah. Well, but that's why he's so fast. It looks effortless. But that's where, like, I like the wide receiver. I just have some concerns about his size and holding up at the next level. Because even Tyreek Hill was like 180, 185 pounds. Xavier Worthy is taller and smaller.
Oh, I see what you're talking about.
So
yeah, but I also think too, though, you go look at that with.
I don't think. Oh, sorry, we got a comment. I don't think Shedeur Sanders is not in this draft class. He went back to Colorado.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's a joke or not. No,
he'll be a first round pick next year.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Yeah. You can make a serious argument because just look at his overall development at quarterback. I think that's going to be fascinating here. Xavier Worthy, though, yeah, you go look at that speed, and then you go put him in that Patrick Mahomes offense. It is, and I think Andy Reid, can have a lot of fun with him overall. Also, too, I could see that now something similar. I think what the Lions did. Yeah, the Cowboys sitting there as well, and be like, I imagine like Xavier Worthy and CeeDee Lamb together. Owning a lot of speed, a lot of good route running capabilities. I have to go and see. I have to go and overall develop. See how guys pan out. So, but yeah, Xavier Worthy's draft stock coming up. This is where too compared to I remember with the first time we did this, where like some of these guys were being drafted, and we're like never even heard of these guys before. But we did so much little research. But now watching it for a couple months and everything, there's still not too many picks where.
I think Dallas is about to make their pick.
It's not going to go to commercial.
No. Well, okay, so they do this. They zoom in on the stage, and they have people walking around on the stage. So
yeah, they're getting everything all set up.
But sorry, but traditionally 4.2 guys, like guys that run 4.2 at the combine, have not worked out super well at the combine. Also, guys that are 165 pounds just don't last at the NFL level. They end up getting hurt or and whatnot. So we'll see. I like I said, Xavier Worthy was a second round pick with his route running ability before he ran a 4.21. So he runs the 4.21, and like that's that's why he's taken 28th. Oh, here is the Dallas Cowboys pick.
And he was left tackle, right?
No, he was a right tackle.
He's right tackle.
But he's really raw. He was a former tight end that put on like 70 pounds to be a tackle. But he's a really good athlete, and he plays with very good strength and whatnot. So I like that pick. I think that's a good fit. There, he'll probably switch over to left tackle. And again, I know I've been very critical of tackles switching spots in this live stream so far. One thing I will say, he's already really raw at the right tackle spot. So him switching over isn't going to be as big of a deal because he hasn't developed all of these solid habits.
Man, this celebration is violent. Oh my God. They're like tackling each other. And I'm happy for him. But holy cow. I was like, those are some aggressive high fives and hugs. It was it's fun to see those families get like that. But yeah, that just seems like a good cowboy move as well. And I think you can go and develop him and maybe start him out at right tackle and then kick him to left if you want Tyler Smith to go back to left guard. Sorry, but
no, you're good. It's getting late, so
oh my God, it's just been so many commercials. You're right too. I feel like the first 2 hours we went through. I guess we mathed it. I feel like they know exactly what they're doing. Like those first 2 hours went through the first 16 picks. I'm like, oh well, then these next 2 hours. But I think there's a lot more hype and excitement to talk about. Than in the first half of the draft, like where's everybody going to go? And now there's so much left up to
what happens at the beginning part. So
go for him though. That's exciting.
Yeah, no, I that's a good pick. To me, I think he probably slots in as that left tackle, that Tyron Smith replacement. He's a huge dude, 6'6", 330, and moves super well. So gonna need to be developed down there by Mike McCarthy. But it always cracks me up. They didn't show Detroit's this year, but like when they show the war rooms of these guys, and they're just like so hyped, and they're just like banging on tables and like chest bumping each other. And it's like, all right, it's not like you suddenly scored a touchdown. Like this has been a work in progress for a little while. And like I understand you're excited, but
oh yeah, with the war room people, what's down there.
The celebration of the people. So
the Ravens pick is in. Yeah. With here, a lot of the offensive linemen are off the board, which makes me think that they could still go offense.
I'm amazed that these corners are still here. So it looks like they're announcing the Ravens pick now.
Well, especially Nate Wiggins. I would have thought Nate Wiggins would have been there.
Yeah, I like Cooper DeJean. Look, I thought they were going to announce the pick, but
I would think with Cooper DeJean, I think they already have Kyle. Like I imagine, like Kyle.
Yeah, but he could be an outside safety or an outside corner as well. He can just kind of play everywhere.
I guess. Yeah, he could do that. I would think maybe if they're going to go corner, it'd be more Nate Wiggins. Personally, I will say one thing that too. I mean, you have some of these guys that are sitting here. And I still think that are in the receiving room. Like a guy like Keon Coleman that we talked about a lot. I know A.D. Mitchell. Some reports about A.D. Mitchell might be affecting draft stock. Well, I think also the two just health concerns because he's I need to go back and double check, but that he's got just with his blood sugar that just needs to watch that constantly. But I that was just a report that I read. So maybe that's why he's falling a little bit. But this is about the time, though, too, that we were projecting him to come down.
A.D. Mitchell?
But, anywhere from mid-20s to mid to late 30s. So where do we have Keon Coleman go in our
I think mid-second round.
Early to mid-second round.
Yeah.
So this could be a spot here as well for him. They're going to be doing that.
I just got the...
Yeah, I quit looking there.
Well,
with the 30th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Nate Wiggins, defensive back, Clemson.
I think that's a good pick. I mean, really athletic guy. He also ran in the 4.2s, but he actually injured himself running in the 4.2s. But You watch him on tape. He plays that outside really well, very instinctual when cutting off routes. So and breaking on the ball. All in all, I think that's a really solid pick. I mean, they need corners as well. So
oh my God. No. No. I think Nate Wiggins falling all the way down there. I think is good. Good value for the team overall. Yeah, even to just it's good outside coverage. I feel like too with the versatility of Kyle Hamilton on the inside, guarding those tight ends like Travis Kelce, as we've talked about there, just how great he is. I think now you go and get him, really start developing that young secondary, and just kind of play that like that, allow for that Baltimore Ravens like stout, aggressive defense. Just going to be just putting pressure on offensive lines and quarterbacks all the time with the projection of how good Nate Wiggins can be on the outside. Look how quick he is.
That's a good highlight to have, chasing a guy down from behind, causing a fumble at the goal line.
I know he ran past both of his teammates were in the way. So, but sitting here now, San Francisco, all of the guys that what offensive linemen are still available on? You could go center if you want to really.
Jackson Powers Johnson is still on the board. I mean,
you could go. I like defensive tackle here. They're trying to address the defensive line somewhere because of how much that they lost in the offseason. Secondary, you can address that also as well. Or if you want to get, maybe not linebacker, but just with Greg Greenlaw going down with his Achilles tear in February. So I'm going to go JPJ. That's going to be the guy that I go with. That's going to be my
get a good interior guy.
JPJ on the move.
Interested. This time is ticking down pretty quick. Or they're below the 3-minute mark.
Is the time going down quicker than
normally? Well, it started. They didn't even start showing the clock till 5, but it's already under 3 minutes. And curious if they're fielding some trade offers.
I can see them being some trade offers here.
Especially, I think Buffalo might be in the wide receiver market if you have a team that's potentially trying to get up and.
But there's so many good receivers. Well, not good. There's so many options here. I think Keon Coleman, I think, would be a guy that would absolutely go and be. He'd replace Gabe Davis immediately that they moved on from, and not Stephon Diggs. That'd be a little bit different. But honestly, I will say you actually Ladd McConkey in that Buffalo team. I think that'd be very interesting. So, but San Francisco sitting here, though, there probably are feel some trade offers here. I'm probably thinking that they would do defensive interior at some point. Just the interior in general.
Jersey Newton is still on the board.
Never. I'm going to change it to the other side of the interior.
Oh, interior offensive line.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could actually see Jersey Newton going there as well.
I think Jersey Newton would be a really good one.
I don't think corner. Oh, the pick is in for the 49ers. Really curious who they end up going with here, because I could realistically see them going with a lot of these guys.
Well, that's where you're sitting here at the 31 overall. There's so much. Because really, it's like you have that extra 5th year of eligibility, yes. But in general, though, how many of these guys pan out? You're trying to find the best opportunity, and the best players that you feel like can either you can develop and you can see those traits, like a Chop Robinson, for example. I know he went 21 overall, but he's going to have some immediate impact from day one. But or a guy like if how we projected Latu would be like this guy, he's going to come in, not going to be the best edge rusher, but he can come in and give you quality reps right now day one. So,
yeah. Well, he could be the best edge rusher. It's just athletically, he's not.
He was the best edge rusher.
Well, he was the
according
highest
to this
drafted.
draft class. He was. So they're going to milk this out all the way till midnight. I see.
I know.
We'll have to remember that for next year. We'll have to do this. We'll have to go to like the fly to California or Oregon or something like that and do it out there. We could get a proper bedtime.
Yeah, I know.
So I think I saw. Where's the draft next year? Did it say?
Green Bay.
That'll be a fun one to go to. That'll be a really fun one to go to.
They should have it in like February up there. Just just outdoors, like
people would show up
4 degrees. Oh yeah,
dude, I would go do that. I think that would be a lot of fun. I'd be out there.
I'd bring like one of those portable fire pits with me.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
All right.
Let's see this here.
It looks like we are going down for the pick.
With the 31st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver, Florida.
Wow.
Interesting.
So there have been a lot of rumors about Brandon Ayuk potentially being traded. A lot of people are saying if you're going to trade a receiver, you should trade Debo. I think Ricky Pearsall complements Ayuk better than Debo, just to kind of throw some of those rumors there. But as a player, I really like Ricky Pearsall. He was one of my top guys on this in this class. Just ran a 4.4, runs really good routes, has really good hands. I like it.
I like it too. I think that's a good one. Well, because when looking at everything, like him and Lad McConkey they seemed almost interchangeable. I think I went with Lad.
Pearsall's a little bigger. McConkey's a little faster. That's kind of
that's like just the trade off there.
Yeah.
And I think that too, you add him because one of the things as well, one thing you talk about with San Francisco is obviously their first team against other first teams, one of the best in the league. And because I guess when you have the best running back, you have one of the best gadget receivers in the league. You have one of the best tight ends in the league, one of the best offensive lines in the league. You know, it's like obviously your number one is going to be better than other number ones. But there was very little depth outside of that. Like even guys that would fit their system. To San Francisco's defense, I totally understand that as it's like when those guys get hurt, obviously those guys are starters for a reason. Those guys are backups for a reason. I think you go get a guy like Ricky Pearsall. I think it allows for them in case if some of those guys do get hurt to maybe still have that more traditional offense and still
Panthers
have
just traded for this pick.
I thought that they would.
I'm really curious. I thought the Bills had a ton of draft capital already, like late draft capital.
Later on, though, not till like late round 4.
Yeah, they have 10 picks in this draft.
What do you think Carolina's going to draft here?
Maybe Xavier Legette or A.D. Mitchell. Xavier Legette and Jonathan Mingo are very similar to me. So I don't know if they would really consider that. But
yeah.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They have 8 day 3 picks before any of the trades.
Oh, okay.
Because I don't think they have a 3rd rounder.
They do now with Kansas City.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
what did Kansas City send them?
95, and then
203, and then they sent like a few of the others. Okay.
And then looks like they're just swapping
33 and 32 for
then. There's Panthers are getting a 6th, and the Bills are getting a 5th.
Oh, okay.
So like they're just going up a couple spots each. It looks like.
Yeah. The Panthers 6th and the Bills 5th are probably like 10 picks apart. So, well, you have like compensatory picks and stuff in between, but
no. So the Panthers are getting giving up 141 or 142. It looks like in the 5th. And then the Bills,
it's on the screen. It's the 32nd pick and then a 6th-round pick for.
Yeah, that's what the Panthers are receiving.
The number, yeah. No. The Panthers the Bills only got 33 and then a 5th. But what I was saying was the Panthers 6th and the Bills.
No,
I'm thinking of it backwards. All right, I see.
Yeah.
So okay, they're like 40 picks apart.
Yeah. They'll figure that out. I'll look this up here as well.
All right. Nope. Hey. All right. Final pick here. We got 10 minutes till midnight. I think it's going to be Xavier Legette. They had reportedly been very interested in Xavier Legette going forward. Or it could be A.D. Mitchell. I highly doubt it's one of the corners, which is crazy to me because 3 of the top 5 corners fell.
Yeah. Two are outside the first round now. Unless if they go corner here.
So, all right. This pick is about to be announced.
Yeah, would have been flying off the board a lot earlier. Yeah, what did he end up running? 4.39 vertical 40. He's 6'1", 221 pounds, but he's a one-year wonder. People say, well, why would a kid be...
Okay. They're talking about Xavier Legette. So I think that's probably the pick there. Yeah. So honestly, there's usually a few picks that stun us. And there haven't, like, everything has pretty much gone to plan.
This tweet, the Chiefs got a badly needed pass catcher. Yes. But in this trade, the Bills got something they are even more desperate for. The feeling of drafting at pick number 32.
The Buffalo Bills have traded the 32nd pick to the Carolina Panthers. With the 32nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Xavier Legette, wide receiver, South Carolina.
So like pronunciation things on there.
Yeah, I don't know.
And it was Panthers got pick 200, Bills got pick 141. It looks like.
Oh wow. Okay, that's actually a bigger difference. That's actually a bigger difference than I thought. So that is going to wrap up the first round of the 2024 NFL Draft. Tyler, didn't think I'd be saying this, but both our teams got quarterbacks here in the first round.
Heck yeah.
All in all, not too many curveballs. Like I think Amarius Mims went higher than I thought.
But even at that point, though, I can make an argument though that it was that I could see the upside.
I don't
and also too. If you look at it, Broderick Jones went at 14 last year.
Yeah,
So
yeah, but Broderick Jones was a perfectly refined prospect compared to Amarius Mims in my eyes. So
yeah,
he was not nearly he was a freak, but he's not nearly the freak that Amarius Mims is though physically. So I don't love the Darius Robinson pick, but I can also kind of understand that. I think he's very much a scheme fit as well down there with Jonathan Gannon and crew. So other than that, the biggest surprise for me is the fact that only 2 corners were taken off the board.
There are 3.
3?
Quinton Mitchell. Yeah, Quinton Mitchell 122. Terran Arnold.
Oh, Terran Arnold.
Oh, yeah.
So there's still but there's still 2 corners left. Cooper DeJean fell out of the first round, which is
well. And to be honest, too, I think if you're the Bills, what you just did, you traded back a little bit. And then so the Bills, love what the Bills did there. So they essentially picked up a 3rd round pick by just going back 5 spots.
Yeah.
So the trade with Kansas City, they gave up the 133, but they got the 95. and in the trade then with Carolina, then they pick up the 141. So they're essentially then they picked up a third rounder by just moving back 5 spots. So I really like the logic that they had there with that. Then technically they even moved up in the 7th round as well, if that means anything. But I think too with the Bills, I mean, I'm looking at Cooper DeJean, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Tyler Nubin, maybe even Mike Santrill, TJ Tampa, potentially some of those guys if they really want to bounce up there. We got to trade. I was about to say the Raiders are then picking second, but that's because I copied this over from our mock draft. I think before we leave, I would love to hear what you would want your Patriots to do, picking a 34th overall on deck. When it comes to picks tomorrow night.
So I like A.D. Mitchell. That was, I think, one of our mocks was Drake May, A.D. Mitchell.
I think twice, actually.
Yeah. And so, like, that would be really nice. I am very curious if the Bills are interested in A.D. Mitchell, given some of their wide receiver moves this offseason. But if not at 34, I would like to see them maybe trade back and accumulate some more draft capital. Maybe if they trade back far enough into the second, get an early 4th or an extra 3rd. I think would be interesting. I mean, I don't really want to see them go with one of the corners. That doesn't interest me at this point in the draft. They have other needs that they need to address. And that is part of the reason why I think you'll have some teams that are going to be cornerback needy, like the Washington Commanders potentially at like 34, 39, or 35 and 40 actually, that could potentially move up and want to snag one of these corners before. But all in all, I'd be pretty much happy with a lot of these moves. I think they take a wide receiver or trade back. There's not a tackle that I really love at this point in the draft.
Yeah. And I think then too, with them picking early 3rd round, I think there's going to be a lot of offensive linemen that are there. I think receiver is that main option that you guys are looking for. And I don't think the Bills could take a receiver, but I think there's still a lot of good ones left on the board. So, but it's been fun. Man, ESPN, holy cow, the NFL, like that could have been 3 hours.
Oh, for sure.
3 hours.
Well, I felt like 30 minutes of it was just like in the early 20s, just waiting for Dallas to make their first pick, and then Detroit, and then they traded for the Packers. And so like that was just like those like 3 picks right there felt like 30 minutes to an hour in and of itself.
Oh my gosh, I know. So, but in general though, it was always a lot of fun. Glad to keep this tradition going here.
Definitely. So we will not be going live for any other portions of this draft. However, we will be doing a draft recap series for all 32 teams. We're going to break down all 7 rounds of draft picks for each team and kind of give a grade per se. It's a little silly giving grades like right after the fact, because obviously you have to see how some of the picks pan out. But just going in, evaluating what we thought of some of these draft picks so far, especially the ones in the top 100. So, Tyler, if you don't have anything else, the first round has concluded. So I think we can go ahead and wrap up this live stream.
I like it. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you. And we will see you guys next time.